order. Let the roll call show that all members of the City Council are present and accounted for. Somebody's excited? Yes, I like that too. Yes, I like that enthusiasm. And with that enthusiasm...
Can you record that as a ringtone?
And with that, will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, looking out tonight, I can see that not having it in our triple-wide trailer was probably a good call. What do you think? I like that.
That is awesome. Keep it coming, keep it coming.
Okay, with that, on to a slightly more serious note. We have two proclamations tonight. We've got the proclamation declaring June 2016 as Safety Awareness Month. We have Janet Hamilton, our risk management representative is here. And again, it's Safety Awareness Month, and I'll just go through a couple of the whereases. Whereas the rate of accidental injuries and related deaths in the U.S. remains at unacceptable levels, and whereas the City of Livermore employees and residents deserve to live and work in communities that promote safe and healthy living, and whereas the Central Safety Committee works to ensure the safety of all Livermore employees by providing training, outreach, and education, and encouraging continual improvement in workplace safety and health. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore proclaims June 2016 as Safety Awareness Month and urges all residents to help reduce accidents, injuries, and illnesses by practicing safe and healthy behaviors in all aspects of their life. This could be good.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, council members, and staff, I'd like to invite you all to the Safety Fair. It's on June 6th in the barn between 10 and 2. And we're doing this in conjunction with the National Safety Council, and June is National Safety Month. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sure. And on to our second proclamation. Again, on a more serious note, we have, this is the City of Livermore proclaiming Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and we have Cheryl Poncini and Alicia Morales. And again, this is the proclamation of the City of Livermore. Whereas elder abuse is one of the most underreported crimes in the United States, where it is estimated that only 1 in 14 cases of elder abuse comes to the attention of adult protective services and or law enforcement agencies. And whereas victims of elder abuse must include both men and women of diverse backgrounds who have been victimized by strangers or by persons they know, including family members and friends. And whereas the Alameda County Social Services Agency, Adult Protective Services, responds to reports from individuals, concerned citizens, social service and health providers, and law enforcement representatives about elders who may be physically or financially abused, neglected, or exploited. Whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, its Elder Protection Unit, and its Victim Witness Division provide a network of services to elders who are in danger of becoming or who have become victims of abuse. Services include holding workshops to promote awareness, locating services for elders, working with local law enforcement, and prosecuting cases of elder abuse and neglect. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore proclaims June 2016 and every June thereafter as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in recognition of elders being valuable members of our city and having the right to live safely and securely in our community.
Mayor Marchand, members of the Livermore City Council, and members of the Livermore community, as well as all the other people who are not necessarily a part of the Livermore community, but who are here this evening. On behalf of the Alameda County District Attorney's Office and DA Nancy O'Malley, thank you for once again recognizing June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in this city. It is an unfortunate reality that elder abuse exists in our local, national, and international communities. With the aging of baby boomers, the number of seniors 65 and older will continue to increase, and so too will the potential vulnerability of these individuals who have earned the right to live without the worry of being neglected or abused financially, physically, and/or sexually. A collaboration is needed to end elder abuse. It is a collaboration of community members and agencies. By raising public awareness that elder abuse exists, that it takes many forms, and by encouraging people to report suspected abuse to law enforcement and adult protective services, and by having agencies such as the Livermore Police Department and Adult Protective Services investigate reports of suspected abuse, and the DA's office to prosecute confirmed cases of abuse, we can hope to end elder abuse. I am pleased to tell you that the city councils of all 14 cities in Alameda County, along with the County Board of Supervisors, have issued or will be issuing proclamations declaring their support to increase elder abuse awareness. Such action helps to increase public awareness. Thank you for issuing this proclamation.
Thank you.
I'll be very, very brief because Ms. Poncini was so eloquent. My name is Alicia Morales, and I am the Director of the Division of Adult Protection for Alameda County. And we are wearing these ribbons tonight that say, abuse hurts at any age, please end elder abuse. We brought them for you to wear throughout the month of June. Thank you very much for acknowledging June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Next month, Adult Protective Services will be launching a media campaign to help raise awareness and help bridge that gap of unreported incidents of abuse. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the appointment of Richard Finn as the city historian and the administration of the oath of office. So we do have a motion to accept the appointment.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Gary, seconded by Councilmember Warner. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passed unanimously. Mr. Finn. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much for stepping up and offering to work in the capacity of the city historian. Thank you very much, and look forward to working with you in the future. Oh, that's right. We have. That's right. We've got several. It's 2.04. We also will be administering the oath of office to Barbara Hickman and Christopher Maines on the Beautification Committee, Commission for the Arts, Sabrina Onimus and Robert Gossman, and Historic Preservation Commission, Shane Klima-Athy and Jeff Williams being reappointed. So I would invite all of them to come up for the oath of office.
So
moved. Yes, we have a motion from Councilmember Turner, seconded by Vice Mayor Gary. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Very good. Thank you, Anita. Thank you for stepping up to volunteer your time for our community. Moving on to the Historic Preservation Commission annual update. We have someone from the Historic Preservation Commission. Oh, there we go.
I guess I introduced myself. Okay, I'm Barbara Savoy. I'm chairperson for the Historic Preservation, and I'm here to give our annual information on what we are doing. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The Historic Preservation Commission continues to ensure the City of Livermore's historic resources are preserved for now and generations to come. As part of this function, the HPC makes recommendations for historic resources. This past January, a porch enclosure for the D.J. Murphy House on 3rd Street in McLeod was reviewed. This property is one of the listed on the National Register for Historic Preservations. The project was reviewed to ensure it retains its historic character. In February, we toured the Hagerman Historic Farm on Alvina Avenue and approved a garden shed for the site. Again, this is on the National Register, and the review ensured the site maintained the historic character. In April, the HPC reviewed the Old Town Jail for a window placement on McLeod Street to ensure it retains its historic character. Number 2, the HPC makes recommendations for the preservation of historic sites here in Livermore. In March, we recommendations to the Planning Commission for the site of a residential development on Central Avenue in the Springtown area. In April, a recommendation to the Planning Commission for the relocation of the Southern Pacific Railroad Depot and also the renovation through a grant money from the MTC, which is the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Number 3, another HPC role is encouraging public awareness of historic resources. This past year, HPC conferred 2 bronze plaques for well-maintained historic homes on South J Street and South N Streets. At this time, HPC has placed 50 plaques on historic homes in Livermore and is working on plaques for 4 more properties. In May, HPC approved a plaque for the Old Town Jail on McLeod Street to educate the public on what the building was and used for. That completes my summary, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to share what HPC is doing for the City of Livermore.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the report? Thank you. Okay, with that, moving on to the Citizens Forum. This is for items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither take action or deliberate on anything, but we can bring that up for future matters. I ask that you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We have Michael Harris, Manya Lane, and John Stein. You're on the list there. You'll get here. Michael Harris, Manya Lane, John Stein, followed by Loretta Caskey. Don't go too far.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mine's quick. A quick suggestion. I know we've got some more development coming in downtown. I've been a downtown business member for 25 years now. And it's absolutely wonderful what the city has accomplished down there. It's just great. So I know we've got design stuff coming in. Mine is just a design suggestion. And it's based upon seeing the fountain with the young families and the kids and the joy. I would love to see a component in our design of a sunken playground. And around it can be steps stepped up so that young parents can see their kids from every angle. I think it would just be another draw. I know we're looking to be pedestrian friendly. So it was just a suggestion, a design idea that I have. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Appreciate that. Manya Lane, John Stein, Loretta Caskey. Come on down, Manya. I see you back there. It's a long haul, sorry.
This may be more appropriate under 6.01 because it does relate to the development on the behalf of the Commission for the Arts. It's up to you where you'd like to.
Does it relate to 6.01, the downtown proposal?
It does, the visual arts aspect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then bring that up during 6.01.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll change the card to 6.01. John Stein, Loretta Caskey, Aiden Hastings.
Good evening, John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. A few years ago, you combined the Design Review Committee with the Planning Commission. Since then, I think the quality of architectural character of the new projects has been sadly lacking. There's been very little originality, and a lot of the projects seem more designed by accountants than by architects. I would urge that you look at either reestablishing the Design Review Committee. While the Planning Commission does look at design, it's sort of a secondary thing, and going to the meetings, I've seen that they devote very little time to architectural design, particularly creating new suggestions for the developers. Alternatively, a city architect might work. But basically, the new projects have the form-based development. They have a peaked roof, a sort of a vestigial porch, and planter boxes, but very little green space. The roofs are fabricated trusses, and the foundation is pre-stressed or post-stressed slab. A lot of additional space without visual intrusion could be obtained by either putting in attics or basements, but that would cost more money for the developer and mean less profit. Some of the projects have very little articulation. There's one downtown project where there are about 100 units, all with exactly the same basic massing. They've added a few pop-ups and detailing, but the actual structure of every unit is the same. Also, there are alternatives such as courtyard clustering. There's ways of doing the topology with low-rise, multi-units. You could cluster around parking garages. But to just keep saying we're going to build single-family houses on smaller and smaller lots and make them narrower and narrower and taller doesn't seem to be working very well. We also have a project where a retention basin is basically the only green space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Excuse me, one of the considerations that I prefer to have in our council meetings is that I want everyone to feel free to speak. So one of the things, I do not allow booing because that intimidates people from speaking. And to give equal time, therefore, I don't allow applause because that way, again, people feel uncomfortable if they're not on the right side of the group. So I would ask that the speakers have their back to you. So if you agree with what the speaker says, simply raise your hand and the council will be able to see the agreement from the audience. The speaker will not see whether the audience agrees or not, so therefore they will not feel intimidated. But I want everybody to feel safe and free to speak whatever side they're on. So I would ask that if we don't allow booing, then I'm going to ask that there be no applause so that nobody feels uncomfortable speaking. So again, if you agree with the speaker, simply raise your hand, and then the council will know that you agree with them. Okay? Thank you very much. Loretta Caskey, Aiden Hastings, and Dave McWiggin.
Loretta Caskey, 585 South K Street. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight to inform the council, the mayor, and the good citizens of Livermore of a couple of Livermore Heritage Guild outstanding, worthwhile events that are coming up. This Wednesday, May 24th, at the Civic Library, 7 p.m., your newly appointed and sworn in city historian Dick Finn will be speaking on the topic of Oak Knoll, or Pioneer Cemetery. The Livermore Heritage Guild's annual auction is this Saturday, May 28th, at the Doherty Garage on the Lincoln Highway Museum. That's the corner of North L and Pine Street, and dinner tickets are still available. The preview for our auction begins at 5 p.m. The dinner is at 6 p.m., and the auction starts promptly at 7 p.m. I have brought individual invitations and some extra posters.
Great. And when's the auction? Or when's the auction again?
The auction is this Saturday, May 28th. There are still dinner tickets. You can buy them at the Livermore Heritage Guild. Thursday night, you could come by and pick up an auction dinner ticket, $25 to support the Livermore Heritage Guild. And the auction is a lot of fun.
It is, and you're saving yesterday, today for tomorrow. Great, thank you. Aiden Hastings, Dave McWiggin, and Mike Miller. Master Hastings.
Hello, Council. My name is Aiden Hastings, and I am a junior member of the East Bay Healing Alliance. I am here to tell you about our event on Saturday. We are having a Veterans Appreciation Lunch from 12 to 4 at the barn. It is free to attend for all current and past military and their families. There will be music and games, and most important, food. They fought for our freedom, so we should feed them. Thank you for your time, and hope to see you there.
Of course, city officials and public servants are welcome as well. This is a free event, and there are flyers on the back table and information on our Facebook page.
Okay, and this is at the barn this Saturday. What are the times?
12 to 4.
12 to 4.
12 to 4 at the barn this Saturday. And what was the name of the group again?
East Bay Healing Alliance.
Okay, very good.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Very well done. Okay, Dave McGuigan, Mike Miller.
Dave McGuigan, Ontario Drive. This council may remember that back in September I spoke to you about my interactions with the Livermore Police. At that time, Your Honor told me to bring my complaint to the chief. Well, after a brief moment of initial optimism after a phone call with the chief, I quickly realized that things were just going to be whitewashed when I went in for my interview and the officer concluded with, well, I just want to get this over. After waiting 2 months for the thorough and detailed examination into my complaint, it was determined to be unfounded, which it says right here means the events did not occur. Now, I know they happened, so I looked into it a little bit more and found that the code also referenced also allows the events to describe proper police procedure. Well, there it is. What happened to me evidently is proper police procedure in Livermore. And this isn't what Mama told me was proper police procedure, so I think it's important for everyone who might accept this council's invitations to come for wine tasting or visit the downtown to understand just what proper police procedure means here in Livermore. So we're going to take a long, hard look at just what happened. We wouldn't want you to be able to claim you didn't know when it comes right. Some people will ignore the message, but I think there will be some who will be surprised at just how far the Livermore police will go to get those statistics that everyone is so proud of. Given the complexity of the information and the limit of 3 minutes, it's unfortunately going to take several chapters to cover all the information. I'm going to try to be as concise as I can, but there's a lot of things to cover. There are many things that I can and will fully document. There are some things I can't, and I'll be sure to point that out. One's an alternative explanation that I really think fits things better, and one's the event that really caused the anger that you're seeing here. It's something I didn't bring up to the chief because I know I can't prove it, since I already tried. But that one's going to need to wait, because you're going to need to be softened up a bit. I admit, after I was arrested, I was embarrassed at first, but then I realized something. There's really only one reason for the police to lie, and that's because they looked at the truth and their own estimation determined it was not sufficient for a conviction. When the evidence is reviewed and it's realized that a conviction isn't likely, you'd expect in an advanced society like the United States that the charges would be modified to fit the evidence. Sadly, Livermore proper police procedure means modifying the evidence to match the charges. Now, next time, I'm going to be discussing professionals and their opinions. Oh, and since the Lenore proposal seems a bit light on parking, and in general the hotel is going to be taking up 100 spots, I think that's a no-go, and I would prefer the True Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuigan. And Mike Miller?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Miller, Lakeland Drive. And my wife and I have been in the community about 20 years now. And one of the things that we've been looking for, and hasn't happened in all of the new construction that's going on, is housing that's a little bit more senior friendly in that no stairs. All of these nice 3-story flat townhouses just don't do it if they don't have elevators in them. We're looking for some flats, if possible, in the future on the drawing board. And I'm sure there are quite a few other seniors in the area, so we don't have to move into some kind of little retirement community somewhere, but still be able to be in the community in the downtown area. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, stay tuned for 6.01. We're talking about flats there. Okay, that closes out the Citizens Forum. Moving on to the consent calendar. Is there any, this is a, these are routine and procedural items that are typically passed with one motion. They're non-controversial. Does anybody wish to pull any of the items for comment or consideration?
We're pulling 4.08, correct?
Yeah, 4.8 is not going to be considered.
And then I just have a question on 4.04.
4.04, anybody else? Okay. Yes, 4.08 was pulled tonight, and so you had comments on 4.04?
Just a quick question on 4.04, and I'm sorry for not prepping, letting you know ahead of time. Just, will this technology lead to the layoff of staff, cost savings? How is this going to impact the human resources side of things?
The human resources side of this thing has been pre-programmed to deal with this. We had a retirement in this function previously. We knew we were going to automate the function, and so the position was not refilled with a permanent person. There was a temporary person who was placed in the position for a period of time. As this ultimately rolls through, there won't be any layoff of any permanent staff. It will ultimately be more efficient, however, and be a cost savings to the ratepayers.
Thank you very much.
I'll just make one more comment about that. Having been in this business for a number of years and seen a number of folks that either had to retire on a medical retirement or go off on workman's comp because they'd injured themselves while pulling some of these massive meter covers. And I will tell you, there was one occasion where I pulled a meter cover and it was stuck, and I pulled back, and literally, when it finally let loose, I fell back into the street. Fortunately, nobody was driving by. But the more that you can automate this, because it's routine and it's a high propensity for injuries, this is going to be a great savings to the city, not only in staff, but also in injuries and potential early retirements. So certainly support this as well. So any other comments? Do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
Sure, I'll move approval of 4.01 through 4.07.
Moved by Councilmember Spadowski.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilmember Turner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we have no public hearings, but moving on to matters for consideration. This is the discussion and direction regarding proposals for the sale and development of downtown specific plan catalyst sites. So with that, we have Stephen Kiefer stepping up, our Community and Economic Development Director, with the staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Before you tonight is a staff report and finalist presentations regarding development of downtown specific plan catalyst projects. As part of tonight's proceedings, staff will first provide a background summary of the city's downtown specific plan and the request for proposals process to date. Following staff summary, the finalists will provide presentations on their refined projects. Following the presentations, the council will take public testimony and deliberate the finalist proposals. Upon conclusion, staff is requesting the council select a development team and direct staff to proceed with an exclusive negotiating rights agreement and then negotiate purchase and sale agreements. The purchase and sale agreements are subject to city council review and approval. It's important to know that these projects must still undergo an entitlement process, which will include visits to both the Planning Commission and the City Council. And with that, I'll introduce our city team, Paul Spence and Steve Stewart.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Marchand. So tonight's another step forward in implementing the City Council's priority to complete the downtown specific plan. And that step is to select a developer to complete the hotel, residential, and commercial catalyst projects on these sites in the downtown that are shown on the screen here. And just to orient us and the crowd, this is Railroad Avenue running east-west on the top, Livermore Avenue, L Street, the businesses along First Street, and the Bankhead Theater, Speedy Oil on the corner. The specific plan is a product of public involvement through a series of community workshops and public hearings. Those specific plan meetings from 2002 through 2004 established the community's vision to transform downtown from an auto-oriented, underutilized retail and restaurant district to a pedestrian-friendly commercial and entertainment district. This public process led to broad-based support from stakeholders and the community at large for the vision cast in the specific plan. The specific plan provides design standards and guidelines to ensure the new development at any scale will support the community's publicly crafted vision for an active and vibrant downtown. Both commercial and residential development are essential to building and sustaining a high level of pedestrian and retail activity. The hotel and residential commercial projects will work in concert with other existing catalyst projects in the Livermore Valley Center to promote the downtown as an active and vibrant destination. The intent of the downtown specific plan's residential and commercial standards and guidelines is for new projects to draw from the best of Livermore's building traditions, to enable each project to positively contribute to shaping the urban fabric of the downtown, and to be identifiable as a piece of downtown Livermore, or to be iconic. The specific plan also establishes residential densities to ensure the efficient use of land consistent with a healthy and vibrant downtown. New residential development will promote a pedestrian scale with common open space, public paseos and pathways, and of design features that contribute to an attractive neighborhood character. This is the 6th City Council meeting during the request for proposal or RFP process for these significant projects. These meetings build upon the public participation during the development of the specific plan itself. These latest meetings began a little under a year ago when the council authorized an agreement with Colliers International and DTZ to craft RFPs that would attract market-driven proposals from developers qualified to develop the sites. On July 27th, the council directed staff to distribute the RFPs. That distribution started on Friday, September 4th, and that the response period closed on November 18th, 2015, that is. Following that 75-day response period, the city received 14 proposals. Council then held a couple of council meetings earlier this year to review presentations and select finalists for developing the projects. On February 8th, the council heard presentations from 6 finalists, and then on the 9th, you selected the most qualified applicants to refine their proposals for your review and your selection this evening. And you selected those finalists based or because they demonstrated the financial strength, the experience, and the readiness to envision and develop these catalyst projects. Since your selection on February 9th, Lennar Multifamily Communities and the Compass Project have partnered with Presidio companies to propose a 135-room full-service hotel. Most recently, Trumark Homes has brought on Frank Leal to develop a 77-room boutique hotel. And before you should have a supplemental memo that provides a little more of Mr. Leal's experience with other projects. In a moment, you'll hear presentations from each applicant, but before then, let's take a look at some of the similarities and the differences between the two proposals. So on the screen here, you'll see the development concept from Lennar and Presidio. And again, along the top is Railroad Avenue, Livermore Avenue on the running through the project site, L Street on the west, and the businesses along First Street. So similarities, again, between both proposals include for sale or ownership residential units on the west end, centralized parking facilities, pedestrian paseos, and commercial uses along South Livermore Avenue. And then also, finally, a hotel on the site, on the Livermore Valley Center site next to the Bankhead Theater. On the screen now is the proposal concept from Trumark and Frank Leal. Again, similarities, you have for sale products here on the west end, centralized parking, paseos running through the site, a commercial development along Livermore Avenue, and a hotel on the Livermore Valley Center site adjacent to the Bankhead.
Oh, that's Steve Stewart, our principal planner. He's right there. Certainly.
Yeah, I don't really like having my back turned to you all either, so but this is the best we could do tonight. So here are summaries of the two proposals that are side by side. So the specific plan's density for the site is 30 to 55 units to the acre. Lennar with 263 units is at about 40 units to the acre. Trumark with 248 total units is about 37 units to the acre. Lennar has 203 rental apartments, Trumark 188. They both have 60 for sale or ownership units. The difference there is that Lennar's is in condos or stacked flats. Trumark's 60 are in more of the traditional 2- and 3-story townhome product. Both have total commercial space of about 16,000 square feet. You'll see how those are distributed a little further in the applicant's presentations. Lennar is proposing a 550 space public garage that is separate from the parking garage for the apartments. It's 5 levels and from 43 to 53 feet tall on the north side along the rear of the apartments. TrueMark is proposing 605 parking spaces combined with parking for the apartments in a single structure that is 6 levels and approximately 60 feet tall. This is a side-by-side comparison of the hotel proposals. The Lennar Presidio proposal is for a Marriott Autograph Collection, about 135 rooms. You can see the distribution of meeting space, 4,000 square feet, 4,000 square foot of ground floor retail, and a 6,000 square foot restaurant, and the other amenities as well. On the TrueMark Leal side, we have a boutique hotel, 75 to 77 rooms, about 2,000 square feet of meeting space, 2,100 square foot restaurant, and a 1,500 square foot bar or lounge. So finally, the city's already made substantial investments in revitalizing downtown, including approximately $14 million in affordable housing funds to acquire the Livermore Village site, nearly $25 million for the First Street Streetscape project, and the existing Livermore Valley Center parking garage. The city's investment in completing the downtown specific plan continues to be significant, with over $17 million in the current capital improvement budget set aside to develop the parking structure on the Livermore Village site. Built upon these substantial city investments, these projects before you tonight are 2 key catalyst projects that, when finished, will provide additional consumers necessary to support existing and new commercial uses and sustain the downtown's viability over time. Staff recommends the City Council select 1 finalist for the downtown hotel project and residential commercial project, and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an exclusive rights negotiation agreement and negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with the finalist. Staff anticipates returning to the City Council with a draft purchase and sale agreement at a public meeting sometime in September. If you do have suggestions for further refinement before submittal of project entitlement applications, you can provide those to the chosen finalists tonight. As Mr. Kiefer noted earlier, the project design will also require 1 or more public hearings with the Planning Commission, and also back to the City Council for the final decision. That concludes the staff presentation. We're available for questions now, or if you would like to hear the presentations from the applicants, we'll get those going now as well.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this point? Councilmember Turner?
Just one quick question. Can you go back to the compare and contrast slide for me, please? On the right, for the public parking garage under TrueMark, the 605, is that how many total slots in the garage, or those are just the ones slated for public?
Those are just the ones slated for public.
Okay, so there's an additional, I'm assuming like 100 or 200 for the residents of the apartments. Okay.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Questions? Okay, now we have the applicants, or I should say the finalists, I guess, and I believe we're going to ask for a 30-minute presentation. You'll get a 5-minute warning beep, so then if at that point you could wrap up, I'd appreciate that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Alex Waterbury, and I'm with Lennar Multifamily Communities. On behalf of our entire project team here this evening, Lennar Homes, Bay Area, Presidio Companies, and our architecture and design team, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our vision for Cornerstone Livermore this evening. We are really honored to have made it this far in the selection process, and we want to commend you for choosing two very strong candidates here tonight. This is a very rare, very important development opportunity, both for Livermore and the entire Tri-Valley region, and the decision you make tonight will be crucial to the long-term success of this site. I think I speak for all of us here tonight, both Lennar and I'm sure for TrueMark, that it's these kinds of walkable downtown catalyst sites that draw all of us to do what we do as developers, architects, designers, builders. It really doesn't get any more interesting, more challenging, or more rewarding than this. So that's why we're all here tonight. Ultimately, it's really kind of one of these once-in-a-lifetime development opportunities. That's how we look at it, and we really want to get it right. So if we are selected, we really look forward to hearing more from you, the Planning Commission, and certainly the community to make sure that we do get it right. I know the council has read through our proposals in detail, so we are going to try to keep it as succinct as we can. Hopefully we'll beat the 30-minute mark by a good margin. We'll start off with some quick reintroductions of our team, Lennar Multifamily, my group, Lennar Homes, Presidio Companies. And then we will go to about a 4.5-minute video that highlights the proposed project. And again, I know the council's had the opportunity to go through detailed proposals, but really for members of the community that haven't, I think it'll be a really succinct summary of our vision for this opportunity. And then Ron Metzger with LPAS, our architect, will go through some more detail of that proposal. And then finally, Brian Olin, Lennar Homes, Rakesh Patel with Presidio Companies, and myself will provide a little bit more detail on the respective components of our proposed plan, and then we'll open up for questions. So I will start with a quick reintroduction of Lennar Multifamily Communities. We started 6 years ago on the East Coast and about 5 years ago here in the West, and we are the rental apartment development division of publicly traded Lennar Corporation. We're officed in Oakland, and most of our team lives here in the East Bay. Many of us, like myself, were lucky enough to be raised in the East Bay and have been lucky to spend a lot of great time, days, weekends in the Livermore Valley, and the downtown is not something that's new to us at all. So when this RFP came out, it was a really quick decision to go after it as well as we could. Here in the Bay Area, Lennar Multifamily is in development on 9 communities, totaling close to 3,000 apartment homes. 3 of them are currently under construction: downtown Redwood City, downtown Berkeley, and we just commenced the new Milpitas BART station across the street, 350 homes there. And we have starts planned in Oakland, in Fremont later this year. We are among the 5 most active apartment developers in the Bay Area. And this would be the 3rd community that we'd partner with Lennar Homes on. And we've learned a lot through our planning process, both in Milpitas and Fremont, and I think there's a lot to be gained there. This level of activity around the Bay Area over the last several years has given us really excellent exposure to real-time construction cost pricing, market trends, and financing decisions. We are an integrated vertical platform offering development, finance, construction, and property management all under one roof in Oakland. Developing high-quality infill apartment communities is all we do. And this level of integration is required a really significant outlay of capital by our parent company. And we did this knowing that we were a long-term investor and manager of what we build. And to be integrated in this manner is absolutely crucial to the success of our company. So before I hand it off to Brian Olin with Lennar Homes, I wanted to just kind of segue a little bit into some background about Lennar as a company. Lennar Corporation has a market cap of around $10 billion. We are consistently one of the top 3 largest residential developers in the country. And in addition to our home building and our rental operations, Lennar is a majority investor in 5 Point Communities, one of the country's largest military base and public-private partnership developers in the country. We operate a real estate structured finance firm, title and home mortgage finance firms, and even a rooftop solar company for our home building operations. And I mention all of this because as real estate cycles come up and down, as they all do, Lennar will still be here. We are absolutely committed to building outstanding communities of all shapes and sizes, and we have the resources to execute on complex, long-term development opportunities like this one.
Thank you. As Alex mentioned, I'm Brian Olin. I'm the division president for Lennar Homes in the Bay Area. Following on to what he said, there are approximately 30 divisions for Lennar across the United States in most of the communities that a lot of the new buying public is looking to come and make their home. That being said, we are very well capitalized throughout the country, and that gives us the resources, as Alex said, to weather the storm should it come, and we're not in a position where we need to go out and get a lot of debt to finance projects. We internally finance a lot of our own communities. So that we have 9 active communities as well in the Bay Area on the for sale component side, spanning all over the Bay Area, a lot in the South Bay, and some very close to here in Dublin. We have more communities that will be coming this year, and something that is becoming more and more prevalent is that the evolution of communities is apparent. And many of you know that Lennar was the master developer for the Windermere development in San Ramon and has done a lot of things out in Mountain House and Tracy and the like. Our key focus as of late has been in these more urban areas and these more semi-urban developments where the walkability, the livability, the live-work component, the being close to transit is incredibly important to a lot of the developments we are building now. We are a large company, but we do have a local focus. Me personally, I started with Greystone Homes, which is a Lennar company, in 1997, and I think one of the very first developments I worked on was here in Livermore. So I saw Mark Roberts here earlier, and we were one of the first to work with you guys on the TDR program, which was the transfer development rights associated with our development on Holmes and Alden Lane down in South Livermore. We also built up on Vasco, the Mill Creek subdivision. So very familiar with Livermore, and again, active in many of the cities in the Tri-Valley. We have mixed use and stack flat components going in a lot of our developments right now. We have, again, speaking to that evolution of development, the company has seen that happen. We are focusing a lot on reuse, a lot of contextual architecture, much of what you'll see tonight, and really understanding who it is that our customers will be and whose homes that we will be building. I was excited to hear a comment tonight about stack flats, and that is a trend that we're seeing more often, and we're really pushing to get incorporated into our developments. The for sale component, which the team I'll be associated with will be responsible for, has 60 stack flats, 2 and 3 bedroom, ranging about 1,250 square feet up to about 1,750 square feet, all of those which will be elevator served. And an important part to that, we are building townhomes in some neighborhoods throughout the Bay Area, but on the stack flats, it's a way to to age in place. You can be in that home, whether you're very young and you have a child with a stroller, or if you're starting to get to the point where stairs, 2 flights of stairs within a home are not your ideal situation for if you leave the milk in the car and you have to go back down to get it, that kind of thing. So it's evolving, our company evolving our product offering to our buyers. So we're very excited to be part of this team. Again, we've been in Livermore, we've been in the Tri-Valley. Many of the associates who work in our office live very close to here. Again, being very big company, but having that local knowledge and local experience is something that we pride ourselves on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick from the Presidio Group.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Alex. So we're a little different than Lennar. We're a little smaller. We were formed in 2000. We've transacted in over 2,700 rooms and done over $900 million in development projects all the way from Texas to Hawaii. We take the philosophy of being very small and nimble. So I would characterize us as a full-service real estate development firm, but there are 3 principals, including a consultant that we've brought on recently. We partner with some industry partners including our architect HRGA, who's they've done a number of our projects. We have a interior design firm that we do a number of projects with called Getty's Group out of Chicago. And most importantly, we've aligned with a construction firm out of Sacramento called Tricorp Group, Inc., with whom we've done a lot of business with, and they've looked at this project and have costed it out already. Our main developments are sort of urban developments and wine country developments. We're currently opening up a wine country hotel in St. Helena, in the Napa area. We're opening it in November. We're in the entitlement phase for a hotel in downtown Sacramento, right next to the new King Stadium. And we are also in the entitlement phase for a Hyatt House in Davis, California. Part of our philosophy is not doing a lot of development deals. We pick and choose the ones we really think work. And given our sort of lack of manpower, as some people say, we tend to plan. We tend to over-plan and overthink things, and rather than just doing them. And I think that's evident here. We were brought into the process with Alex maybe 2 weeks after the finalists were chosen, and we're given about another 2 weeks to put our proposal together. And what we did was we contacted everybody we knew in the industry that we've worked with before and got it done quickly. And I think that's evident of what we can do here in terms of speed and design planning and entitlements and community engagement. I think we all excel at. But for a little more specifically, I think the downtown provides a unique opportunity in terms of just the location itself and the enhancement of that South Livermore corridor with the retail across the street from the hotel. One thing that strikes me about downtown Livermore that is consistent with most downtowns is the lack of space, obviously. That's the definition of a downtown. And so we really try to maximize the utility of the site, including keeping parking off-site and providing the entrance and the lobby sort of experience of the hotel on South Livermore. And so I think that's indicative of sort of the planning process that we as hotel developers go through. We really try to think in terms of the customer and the experience and the local community itself before we actually put pen to paper and break ground. But again, we're very excited here to be with Lennar. They've proven to be an extremely efficient team, and I think as a partner, one of the important aspects of this is not just a hotel development, it's not just a residential development, this is a combined downtown development, and I think that for it all to work, it has to be done together in sort of a group manner, with problem solving done across the board, not just on one side or the other. So with that said, thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and we look forward to showing you our project.
Oh, okay. I'm Ron Metzger. I'm design principal at LPAS Architects. We are about a 55-person firm in Sacramento and San Francisco. We're in-house architects, urban planners, landscape architects, and interior designers. With Lennar Multifamily, we've done several thousand units, been working on in various capacities, and been worked with Tricor, the contractor. On one of the hallmarks of our practice is that we have a high level of community engagement. So while what we are presenting today is initial ideas showing some key points of our plan, we would anticipate a process of workshops with the council and the planning commission to really develop a vocabulary and infrastructure that is reflective of the values that you embody here in downtown Livermore. So with that, we can go forward. Well, in conclusion, one of the things that we wanted to do is just highlight some of the aspects of our plan. When we were here before you before, we had a plan that articulated the street grid. In the refinements that we've made is we've changed that to be a more pedestrian-oriented grid, so we have a strong paseo going in an east-west connection all the way from L Street to connect to future development through the project, all the way across South Livermore to the Bankhead Theater. And we will be activating that with retail, meeting spaces, restaurant, the market hall, amenity spaces, live work spaces, etc. We've also separated the garages. So we have a residential garage that's completely surrounded for the apartment area, with amenities on top for the apartment uses. And then we've got the public garage right up against or towards First Street, so that, again, we feel that is really serving the existing downtown. We are anticipating a combined trash and recycling composting area in the southwest corner of the garage that would serve all of the residents or all of the retail uses there along First Street. And then if you want to go to the next, kind of, one more. I guess I can do that. I guess lastly, you know, I mentioned the architecture, I think would be really be a reflection of the workshop with the community. And I think this is a large enough project that it's probably not one image. I think like downtown, you have a really eclectic nature of downtown that has grown over time. And I think you would want this property to feel similarly. But what we are trying to create with the Market Square in particular is something, and for the hotel, are some iconic structures as the gateway to downtown, carrying the fabric of Blacksmith Square into the Market Square, and then rehabbing it with housing above, and then something more civic with the hotel across the street. So a variety of character, creating that vibrant mix that you would have downtown.
So we're just going to touch on a couple of the specific components. I'll talk a little bit about the multifamily and then briefly on the homes and hotel side, now that we've got the site plan sort of laid out for everybody. You know, just a couple things from our perspective. Multifamily homes, Presidio on the hotel side, we had an opportunity to meet with a diverse group of members of the community, business owners, property owners in and around First Street. Friends of Livermore, the Ad Hoc Committee, Chamber of Commerce, Innovate Tri-Valley, Livermore Downtown, Livermore Wine Growers Association. And you know, one consistent theme, for the most part, that we heard was that you want to provide a real diversity of unit types. There are young families, single young folks, ranging from interns to all the way up the ladder to empty nesters, people that want to move downtown and don't want the big yard, a full variety. And we should really be looking at smaller units all the way up to potentially even, you know, a healthy number of larger 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. Our mix is 60% ones and 40% twos. Pretty generic right now, and we'd certainly fine tune that. But that's a little bit of detail about our offering. Other thing I wanted to comment on is that we're building this exact product type, 4 or 5 story structured parking garage wrapped with units, designing it in Fremont and in Emeryville. LPS is involved with both of those actually, and we built this a lot in the past. And we have real-time pricing information, and one of the things that was key to us was to separate those 2 garages. From our perspective, it's critical to breaking out the 2 cost structures, those 2 kind of different serving uses. We would be likely the general contractor for the city garage as proposed and for our own, but that's something that we'd continue to walk through, but we feel confident enough in that product type. And then lastly, I would just touch on from the multifamily side, you know, our units are above the marketplace, and we do plan to be a long-term holder of this asset. It's irreplaceable real estate. And we would be the landlord for the operator of this market hall. And we've done a lot of investigation, talked to the folks at Market Hall in Rockridge, for example, Oxbow Market. And there are a lot of different ways to approach this, and it's not easy. We're well aware of that, but we feel confident that we can get this done if we start small and we grow it organically, and we're flexible. Those are the key components to make that work within the multifamily piece. The last thing we want is an empty, unsuccessful form of retail, but if we do it right, we think it could absolutely be a dynamic element of the downtown. Hand it to you.
Great. On the stack flat component, much of what we would be doing here is learning from our experiences and talking to people about how they live in their homes. And as Alex mentioned, you know, we have a lot of our customers who are, there's a wide range of ages. I did mention how you might have young families here, you might have young couples, you might have empty nesters whose kids are just off to school, or you might have retirees who want to sell their home somewhere else in Livermore and move to a place where they can walk to dining and the like. In terms of the homes themselves, I mentioned elevator served single level living. You know, big open spaces in the homes, 2 and 3 bedrooms, very functional kitchens, new appliances are, you know, the way the appliances are laid out and the way the kitchens lay out really function with how people live today. Obviously, energy efficiency is on top of mind for everything with our new programs. So, you know, in a lot of market research, Alex also mentioned that we're not building these for how we think, you know, we would want to live necessarily. We need to talk to people. So we've been doing focus groups with community members and with potential people who would be looking to purchase these to make sure that we are building the homes they want with the finishes they want and laying them out how they want. So.
So I'll start with a little bit of the programming of the hotel and locations of various pieces. Then I'll talk a little bit about, just quickly about market positioning, and then just a quick note on feasibility. We chose the east side. We really think a hotel, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, backwards. This is me, Rakesh. I'll stand up. So we really like the east side. What we really think for an iconic hotel, especially one in downtown Livermore, is it needs to have a very prominent corner here on Railroad Avenue in South Livermore. We thought about the west side. While a hotel might work on the west side, we really need that. That corner is going to be the most important corner of the hotel in terms of traveler experience and driving up to the hotel. We have a flex space programmed right there in the corner that currently is programmed as a lounge. We could later move that to a retail space, possibly a spa. And I understand one of the council members is really looking for a spa. There's a possibility for a spa right there in the corner and right there in the retail spot right there. So we have the flex space up there. We have the guest arrival coming in through here, through South Livermore. We really felt that the entrance to the hotel should be on South Livermore and not on Railroad, given the level of congestion you might get in that corner as guests try to arrive at the hotel. Below the lobby there, we have our, I'll sit down now. Below the lobby here, we have our restaurant. A little bit about the restaurant. A full-service hotel, in most cases, the definition of full service essentially is a 3-meal-a-day restaurant on site. And while there are other factors involved, that's the main factor. And so we expect to have a 3-meal-a-day restaurant on site. Obviously, haven't programmed the level of cuisine or the chef yet, but that restaurant will serve the entire hotel, including the courtyard, the lobby, the flex space, and our 4,000 square foot meeting space right here. Right next to the meeting space, which we programmed next to the Bankhead Theater. After talking to the folks there, we really think that the meeting space could have a great advantage being next to the theater, both in terms of overflow usage and just simply joint events. And that's why we located the meeting space there. Here's our retail spot right here, which we obviously haven't yet programmed. But on top of this area, we have a rooftop deck overlooking the Bankhead Plaza, which we really felt was one of the most important things of the hotel in terms of guests being at the hotel most of the day versus just being there for a couple hours. So we put a rooftop deck up there. We have our pool up here. A little bit about Marriott Autograph Collection. It's part of the Marriott brand, but it provides a very unique way to design and program the hotel versus some other standards that you might be. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. We do have, we do have a couple of renderings here or photographs from other autograph collection hotels across the country, which was put together by our interior designer, Getty's Group. So you'll see one here, the Epicurean Hotel, the Henry Hotel. You'll see a little bit of the design sensibility there, as well as the Hotel Levique. A couple other things. This is the hotel that we have opened up in Napa, just to give you a sense of, it's a Starwood Luxury Collection hotel. It's not a Marriott branded hotel, but it provides the same level of flexibility and design. And this is a wine country hotel overlooking vineyards, so we tried to create a sort of rustic yet luxurious feel to the location. This is another aspect of the rooftop deck there. And then we have sort of our lobby right here with the restaurant sort of jam-packed in the middle. It's a smaller space. So this will just give you a sense of what we think, not this particular hotel should look like, but what our sort of ideas are coming from in terms of the wine country aspect versus something that might be a little more non-unique.
Sounds like we went over just by a little bit, so thank you. Welcome your questions, comments.
Thank you very much. Questions at this point? Vice Mayor Gary?
Same questions will be coming at TrueMark, so Lennar, don't feel picked on. Just real quick about the business side of the operation. Your Lennar multifamily, are you involved and do you have any bandwidth commitment to the other, what I'll call very large Lennar housing projects in the Bay Area? Hunters Point.
No.
Treasure Island.
No. In fact, 5 Point Communities, which is really the entity moving forward, is a totally separate company that Lennar happens to be a major investor in, but we have no involvement there yet. We would be interested, like many other developers would, and it would be a competitive selection process.
And then your capitalization is such then as to some degree a separate operating division. If your market sector catches a cold right when we're ready to go strong, after however many months of design work ahead of this community, are you partly capitalized from the parent company, or are you allowed to sink or swim on your own and they say, see ya, you got the Lennar name, but we really want nothing to do with your cold this quarter?
We have a private REIT fund that is currently building 19 assets around the country. Our Milpitas Communities is one of those, and that's at $1.1 billion in capitalization. We are on our way to over $2 billion in capitalization for the second round of that, and it allows us complete autonomy in how we invest those dollars. Lennar Corp is a major investor in that fund, so we're aligned in that regard, but we are not a standalone entity where we have to sink or swim. Opportunities like this, I've seen it time and again where Lennar Corp, if they like the real estate, they are going to be in it for a long time to make it work.
Okay, thank you. Last question, again, to both teams. Who's the chief decider for Livermore? Who will Livermore see at every community input meeting, at every design city council meeting? We see all of you here tonight, but the classic interview, the consultant question, are we hiring you or some other teammate halfway down the food chain elsewhere?
Well, I'll just speak for multifamily, but we've got a big team here, and you know, Brian and I run our respective offices, but members of our team are here, and we've worked a lot with LPAS. We have a lot of confidence in them for a number of different reasons. So to answer your question, you will see me, you'll see Brian, but you're going to see a number of other people as well.
I understand that. I'm saying,
but if you like, I can introduce them now.
Well, I would appreciate knowing who the project manager is, and just the simple question, when the buck stops with Lennar Multifamily, who's continuously committed and begins to live with and understand this community, not half a dozen other projects?
Well, it stops with me. Peter Skellinger's here, who, wave everybody, say hi to Peter. He presented last opportunity. He is one of our first hires and knows the development business cold, lives up in the north Sonoma area and understands this general region and product offering really, really well.
Thank you.
Sure, just a couple quick questions. Also, I'd like to mention that I've met with both applicants prior to this meeting, and we just discussed, they provided a general overview of their projects. I've met with anybody that's called. Oh, there we go, sorry. My question is, when was the last time you had a project that showed this much interest from the community? When were you, I don't know how many people are here, but can you tell me when the last time you had such interest in a project and what that was?
This is certainly impressive, and I don't want to speak for Brian. We've had very big turnouts in Fremont, Oakland, Milpitas. This might be the largest, but I think San Francisco may take the cake, just given the size of that city.
Okay.
Peter can attest to that.
And a couple project-specific questions. Would you be open to combining the garage?
We would be open to considering it. We've looked at it really closely, and for a number of reasons have reservations about it. But certainly, yeah, everything's on the table if we're lucky enough to move forward.
Okay. The other question, did you consider any retail in any way, shape, or form along L and Railroad in the northwest corner?
On the northwest corner, no. Further down L, closer to First Street, we've looked at it, and we are looking at live work along Railroad. Those units there, along L, it's going to be the for sale offering. It doesn't seem to make sense there.
Okay, thank you.
A couple questions. In the slides, there were some photographs of green walls and some long, low stained glass. Was that the parking? Was that a proposed parking garage?
Yeah, those are examples of actual parking garages. You can do some really interesting things, as you may have seen, right, with public art on garages.
Okay.
Not just green walls, but opportunity.
I had not seen either of those treatments. That was very interesting. Also, heard some discussion about this. So if you could just, I heard it briefly, why did you decide to place the hotel on the east side? We heard from the representative from Presidio, but why did Lennar choose to place the hotel on the east side?
The efficiency gained from the larger parcel on the west side is really driving that decision. It would be, we'd have fewer multifamily homes on the east side. It's a smaller site, obviously. It's irregularly shaped, and it would require us to build what we call, a podium product, where you're digging a big hole in the ground and providing underground parking, and then some level of retail at the ground level, fronting the street, but then parking behind it, and also a concrete box. Sometimes you go up 2 stories of that garage, and then you put your homes on top of that with wood construction. You might get 100 of those on the site, and you've really increased your costs along the way. And not to speak of the lack of iconic presence and the location preference for the hotel and the adjacencies of the bankhead. But it comes down to financial feasibility for us.
Okay. During the RFP orientation, which you underwent at the very beginning of this process, did anyone from the city tell you that the hotel had to be on the east side?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
I was going to mention, actually, members of the community, I'm sure, remember this. This site was an opportunity site for the business school real estate challenge, the Golden Shovel, between Cal and Stanford. And as an alumni there of Cal, that you sometimes get called on and weighed in, and I think it was 2009, 2010, this site was the selected site, and all along the hotel was on this site. So I guess coming into it, we had that leaning that direction, but when you really start to look into it, it makes all the sense in the world.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions?
Later.
Okay, later. Okay, great. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the presentation from TrueMark. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good to see everyone again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, members of the community. It's great to see everyone again. My name is Garrett Hines. I'm the Director of Architecture with TrueMark Homes. I'm also a certified planner with the American Planning Association, practicing in this beautiful state for 28 years. TrueMark was founded in the Tri-Valley. Our headquarters is just up the road in Danville. We also have offices in San Francisco and Newport Beach. Our experience ranges from traditional single-family homes in the suburbs to urban high-rise towers in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Our TrueMark commercial division has operations ranging from retail to office parks. We are also master developers. Wallace Ranch in Dublin is an 806-home master plan community, recently opened with builder partners D.R. Horton, Taylor Morrison, KB Home, and Warmington Residential. Wallace Ranch alone will ultimately generate over $1 billion of gross revenue over the next 3 to 4 years. The numerous awards and skyrocketing success of TrueMark comes from our basic fundamental mission to always build community. Every TrueMark community, big or small, will blend into the fabric of its surroundings and have a place to gather, a place to call home, and a place to dream. Things happen at Cornerstone. People meet, people eat, and life happens in the spaces in, around, and between the buildings. That stir of activity is what makes a place engaging. It's where exchanges proliferate in dynamic environments amongst Livermore's community of dynamic achievers. At Cornerstone, food is our common ground, the sustenance of life. It is the seed of our project vision and our design ideas. Our vision is respectful of Livermore's rich agrarian heritage. It draws upon architectural authenticity, engages a resource smart community, and promotes the social well-being of an active, healthy local community. Cornerstone in downtown Livermore's its opportunity to create an iconic signature anchor, redefine its gateway, and build upon the character and connectedness of the urban fabric. Design at a scale appropriate and enhancing of its pedestrian spirit and small-town charm, good food, craft brews, healthy living, and the creative arts combine at Cornerstone to inspire and continue the burgeoning downtown. All things food, art, and science, our common ground is woven into the design program and thematic craft of our plan. Since becoming finalists back on February 9th, we have set out to prove and refine various aspects of our original proposal, while also continuing to understand the true desires of the community for this specific property. We began the refinement process first by organizing the hours of comments from City Council, from staff, and from the 52 speakers I counted that spoke at our last hearing. The community sure cares. Next, we reached out and met with many community groups and individuals, including the Ad Hoc Committee, Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center, Livermore Heritage Guild, Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association, Downtown Livermore Association, the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, First Street Ale House, Double Barrel Wine Bar, Livermore Sanitation, Hall Equities, RSVP Investments, Mr. Mike Madden, and many, many more. We pulled the project apart, moved all the pieces everywhere we could conceive, and ultimately found ourselves right back where we started back in February. We understand that learning the history and culture while gathering and balancing the needs of the goals of the community stakeholders will continue to shape our design and ultimately lead us to the best possible development. But it all comes down to the details, and that's what I hope to show you tonight, the added attention to detail. We haven't been able to meet with everybody in town. We will continue to do that, meet with the stakeholders as best we can, and as we move forward, hopefully in the next phase. Our award-winning local design team of Dahlin Group Architects from Pleasanton, John Thatch is here tonight, Gates Associates Landscape Architects of San Ramon, David Gates is here with us. They've continued to add detail and richness, which you'll see shortly. Since February, we are very fortunate to have added 3 new members to our design team. Watry Design of San Jose, Irvine, and Austin. They bring qualified parking garage design, construction expertise, and create an inviting, convenient, safe, and efficient parking garage. Local garages by Watry include the City of Mountain View Downtown Garage and your very own Livermore Valley Transit Garage. They've also done integrated garages such as the Santana Row Mixed-Use Garage, the Blossom Plaza Garage in Los Angeles, the Granada Garage and Office Building in Santa Barbara, and the Menlo Gateway Garage, examples shown here. You can also visit 3 of their mixed-use garages recently built in Walnut Creek. Next, we also added the Carlin Company to our team as the public market consultant. The Carlin Company is the developer and operator of the San Francisco Ferry building. They also developed, own, and operate the Napa Oxbow Market and the Sonoma Square Market. I'll get back to them a little later. And also we've added an independent hotelier, vintner, and hospitality entrepreneur to our team. Frank Leal is here tonight. He's the owner and operator of Hacienda de Leal and Leal Vineyards of San Juan Bautista and Hollister. He also owns the Sycamore Creek Vineyard in Morgan Hill. Mr. Leal has currently developed the new Granada Hotel in downtown Morgan Hill as a boutique-style, 60-room hotel modeled after Hotel Healdsburg. Mr. Leal began his hospitality career in Napa and Healdsburg region before relocating to the South Bay. He has created a full-service, independent, and event business model that caters mainly to weddings and corporate events, matching his vineyards to his hotels, along with full-service catering, transportation, floral, other activities that put it all into a full-service operation. We're very excited to have Mr. Leal on board. The comparison details that were shown earlier, specific to the hotel, Mr. Leal is going to add a lot of vision of his future vision, and I hope you can ask him some questions later and get to know him a little bit. I want to quickly go back and remind everyone of the goals of the Downtown Specific Plan, and these are critical. Activate the downtown core as a dynamic center of Livermore, distribute housing throughout the downtown area, weave art and culture through Livermore's downtown, integrate engaging open spaces throughout downtown Livermore with a variety of continuous public spaces, and use the historic buildings and architectural heritage as the design language for new development. Today, we are all experience-centric. We seek experiences in our daily lives. Cornerstone will complement and enhance the experience of Livermore while meeting the goals of the Downtown Specific Plan. We've created a 4-minute computer-generated animation movie. Before we run the animation, I want to quickly get you oriented and remind you of our site plan. Thank you. That button there. The animation begins, go ahead. Thank you. Up at, in front of Blacksmith Square at the gateway, you'll see the hotel on the left. From there, we're going to move down towards First Street and look at the Market Hall. Then you're going to turn in and head towards the garage. After parking in the garage, you're going to arrive at our new promenade. It's 100 yards long, 60 feet wide. That's as wide as First Street is now. A car-free zone promenade. We'll spend a little bit of time there. Yes, ma'am? Of course. Next, we're going to start off of Livermore Avenue and work through one of the paseos that we'd like to enhance, like the other one over by Vans, and come into this end of the plot, the promenade. From there, we're going to move up through the residential neighborhood, separating the towns and flats, with the flats on this side. I'll come back to that. Then we're going to come up on Railroad Avenue, where you're going to see the northern entrance to the parking garage. So the public parking garage has 2 access points, especially useful when you close this for the street fair. You'll have another access to your city garage, shared garage. And then we're going to end over here at the intersection of L and Railroad. So with that, I'd like you to sit back and settle in for our feature animation. It's about 4 minutes long. The sun rises to start another beautiful day at Cornerstone, downtown Livermore. Let's experience Cornerstone from the gateway to downtown, the intersection of Livermore Avenue and Railroad Avenue, Blacksmith Square on your right, and the new hotel on your left. A new ferry building style market hall and public plaza connects Blacksmith Square to Lizzie Fountain Plaza. Large glass roll-up doors allows the market hall with 20-foot ceilings to spill out into the plaza. Through the plaza, we get our first glimpse of the new parking garage, one of 2 public entries. Materials have been chosen such as stone, brick, metal, wood, nice glass arrangements. A right turn from Livermore Avenue leads past more public plaza and shops. Again, roll-up doors allow various market offerings to spill out into the plaza. A pedestrian portal connects back to Blacksmith Square and Railroad Avenue. Once parked, your walk towards First Street begins in a new public promenade. This promenade allows for various uses such as outdoor dining at the Ale House, Double Barrel, as well as other civic events, festivals, art displays, and science exhibits. The ground level of the parking garage is lined with 3,600 square feet of additional shop space, which could be owned by the city or could be managed by TrueMark. It is envisioned that these spaces could be filled by artists spilling their talents out into the plaza, or maybe an exploratorium-like experience. All of the existing passages from First Street can become enhanced portals to the promenade. The transition from the public parking garage to First Street and back to your car is always through an attractive, open, and safe public promenade with opportunities for protected community activities, again, ranging from large-scale festivals to medium and small-scale community gathering events. The promenade area has been thoughtfully designed to also accommodate deliveries, trash collection, and emergency access during certain hours. Coordination and cooperation with existing First Street businesses will ultimately convert today's back alley into thriving public spaces while maintaining the service needs of businesses. Pedestrian connections lead through the residential areas connecting First Street to Railroad. Landscape gardens create a colorful and fragrant experience. These spaces provide additional opportunities for public interaction between neighbors. The thoughtful architecture provides interest, variation, and richness. The parking garage is obvious, yet it's disguised and provides easy, convenient access from both Livermore Avenue and Railroad Avenue for the public, residents, and guests. The architecture changes as you move along Railroad, creating an interesting, walkable edge. The building massing steps down towards L Street. Front doors to the street create more visual interest and variety for pedestrians. Live-work opportunities exist at the intersection of L Street and Railroad and in the corners of our townhome structures. Sculptural surprises can heighten the pedestrian experience and create additional memory points. Another day passes as the setting sun to the west reflects on Cornerstone. The animation gave you a great sense of the scale and feeling of the public spaces from the pedestrian perspective and set the tone for the architectural quality. I'd now like to provide more detail and answer many of the questions I've heard over the last few months, common questions I've heard speaking with many of you in this room as well. First of all, what will Cornerstone look like from First Street? We've created 4 computer-generated views from First Street, beginning at Lizzie Fountain Plaza. You see the garage and stair elevator towers in the distance behind Uncle U's and behind the foliage. The garage is actually set back about 200 feet from First Street and from Livermore Avenue, so it doesn't dominate the street scene. It's not imposing on you. It's relatively comfortable. Moving down First Street towards K Street, we come to the existing enhanced Paseo connection. Notice how this Paseo leads to the interior promenade and lines up with the eastern stair tower. So you always have a sense of connection to First Street and back to your car, and it helps you with orientation. Many existing alleys, such as this smaller one next to Double Barrel, can easily be enhanced. It's going to take an ongoing cooperative effort between TrueMark, the city, and the Downtown Livermore Association. This paseo again connects to the First Street Promenade and the rear patios of Double Barrel and the Ale House. Just adding paving and Tivoli lights would create much more interest and charm. And from the intersection of First and L Street, you see the townhomes, which step down to a 2- and 3-story massing, back in here. You also see our live-work opportunities on the corner. And again, I want to point out that we've designed these as townhomes, but they can easily become flats in certain locations, and we're already exploring that option as a for-sale component. Right now, we have 75% of the homes provided would be flats and 25% as townhomes. And we do that on purpose, because not everybody wants to live on top of or below somebody, but there's definitely an opportunity to work that in to this design. We have no issue resolving or refining our for-sale homes and welcome flats. How does the parking garage function? What will it feel like on the inside? Will it be comfortable and safe? How will the shared parking public-private arrangement be structured? The parking garage designed by Watry has been designed to balance efficiency, comfort, ease of use, safety, and appearance. The greatest benefit of one garage over 2 separate garages is more usable and desirable open space for the community. One large, wide promenade is better than 2 skinny wind tunnels. I'd like to get into that a little bit. We looked at splitting the garages, but it would essentially create 2 skinny paseos half the size of what we're proposing. Our promenade is 100 yards long and averages 60 feet in width. That's the same width as First Street building face to face. Plenty of width for civic activities and festival activities. This 100-yard long space, if it was only 20 or 30 feet wide, could feel constricted, potentially scary with 50-foot tall walls on each side of you, and typically becomes a wind tunnel. The central location of the parking garage allows for convenient walking distance to the 4 surrounding streets. The ground level of the garage is accessible to the public from both Livermore and Railroad. The ground level parking spaces basically provide a combination of required handicap parking spaces and public parking spaces. Levels 2 through 5, separated between the public parking shown in light blue in the lower left corner here, is separated from the residential component. A gate at the ground level will allow access for residents and their guests only to the residential garage. The entire top level is for public parking and potentially solar arrays on the whole top level. The public garage is predominantly open to sunlight, fresh air, and views to the east over the Market Hall Plaza, views to the south over First Street. Only the west edge is lined with housing, which will block the prevailing winds. The residential garage is predominantly surrounded by residential flats for ease of access, carrying your groceries and such for the residents. Only half of the total garage is exposed to public view. The parking garage we are proposing is open, airy, safe, and comfortable. Our garage is a long span design which minimizes the number of posts required, making for easy parking maneuvers. Bicycle parking, natural ventilation, colorful and fun memory points, electric charging stations all help make the garage experience comfortable and usable. Both exterior corners of the public garage will have stair elevator towers adding convenience. Both towers bring you directly into the new First Street Promenade. Light wells have been a common discussion topic. Yes, they allow sunlight, but they also allow rain, which can be an annoyance in a garage, and added to maintenance costs. It's a clear trade-off. An open garage like this shown in the lower right corner down here, it provides plenty of light but limits rain and moisture issues. Light wells can be added in a number of ways, but they do come at a cost of parking spaces. Currently, we feel our 605 public parking spaces with open edges and no light wells is the most practical design. But again, we're open to looking at adding light wells and reducing, but it comes at the cost of reducing some of the parking spaces. But it depends on your direction. The staff report made a comment about a public-private garage creating some additional challenges from an operational and maintenance perspective. We present this concept because we are convinced it makes the most sense for everyone. The solution is actually very common. We are not trailblazing with this concept. The solution is a solid operation and maintenance agreement that puts the responsibility for operation, maintenance, liability, and security in the hands of a professional management operation association. It's as easy as writing a check. The city will own the property, the city will own their portion of the garage, the city will control and direct the management company of all aspects of their 605 parking spaces, from inspections to surveillance to consistent cleanliness throughout for all the parking spaces and annual reporting. The challenge has now turned into an opportunity to be efficient, save money, and have consistent oversight forever. The ground floor retail spaces provide the ground level of the garage fronting the First Street Promenade. It can provide the city with additional revenue if you want, or again, TrueMark will be happy to manage that. It becomes a key component to the success and fun of this outdoor plaza. The idea is to activate this auto-free public plaza and encourage more First Street businesses to spill out into this area, just as the Ale House and Double Barrel have already started to do. Who will operate the market hall? What restaurants and goods can we expect? The market hall is intended to highlight the region's farm to fork bounty at the gateway to downtown Livermore and will spill out and activate the adjacent public plaza. As presented by TrueMark back in February, the market hall connects Blacksmith Square to First Street and adds to this gateway experience as you arrive into Livermore. Per our signed agreement with the Carlin Company, again, the founders and operators of the San Francisco Ferry Building, the developers, owners, and operators of Napa's Oxbow Market and Sonoma Square Market, Steve Carlin and Lloyd Llewellyn are excited to begin their process of surveying the local food community and culture to determine the ideal vendor-tenant population, the consumer base, the design details, operating budgets, and a 5-year growth model. A successful market hall space grows and adapts organically out of this community. Obviously, their model has worked. They are the best in the industry, and they believe in Livermore and TrueMark. What will happen in the public plaza spaces? How will art be integrated? Our plan provides a total of 2.1 acres of public open space, plazas, and landscape areas, including the Paseo connection from the hotel site to the Bankhead Plaza. A pedestrian paseo and series of plazas extends throughout the project, connecting from over at the Bankhead Plaza, past the hotel active uses, past the market hall, through the First Street Promenade, and then connects to L Street in a number of connections, to First Street in a number of connections, and back up to Railroad. We even have a nice, cool little portal that leads you to the backside of, to where they have music at Blacksmith Square. Opportunities for art are integrated throughout our plan. Revolving sculpture can be displayed, creating surprises as you stroll, enhancing our daily lives and culture. A variety of outdoor spaces allow for a variety of civic activities, including alfresco dining, art exhibitions, herb gardens, and of course, outdoor movies. Even the architecture can become an artist's canvas. The elevator tower, for example, shown up in here, and over here off the hotel, they can be adorned with art. We look forward to incorporating permanent art per the city's art ordinance, just as we've done recently in Dublin. We personally oversaw the installation of $1.5 million in public art at Wallace Ranch. From the selection process to the concept charrettes, neighborhood meetings, fabrication, installation, the artist created a variety of pieces dispersed throughout our 100-acre development. We even recreated a 1912 single-room schoolhouse that had been on the property. It now serves as a trailhead and neighborhood gathering space adorned with art representing the tools found on the property dating back to the 1800s. These are just ways to, again, create community. How will the existing First Street businesses deal with deliveries and trash collection? Service for existing commercial uses along First Street will be maintained via the new First Street Promenade. We have met with local First Street business owners and the First Street Business Association representatives. Our deliveries, trash collection, and emergency vehicle access will be allowed within this promenade area. The east and west plaza areas at this end, and at this end of the plaza have ample room for turning movements. Livermore Sanitation has suggested coordinating new trash compactors to serve trash and recycling for all First Street business owners. Again, this comes down to a cooperative effort between us, the city, and the First Street businesses to coordinate and consolidate trash storage and collection. TrueMark has implemented trash compactors in other projects, and we find them to be very clean and efficient. Most developers run away from this coordination effort, but it's necessary to create special places. We are encouraged by the cooperation and interest so far that we found talking to First Street business owners. Today, it's not ideal, shown up here, with random trash cans, storage containers, random parked cars, inconsistent paving, dirt patches. But if we all work together, this area can go from what's shown above to the area shown below and become a very special civic place. It's one thing to park and walk through a back alley to get to First Street, but instead, let's arrive in this activity area, a place free of cars, a place to dwell, eat, gather, experience life, again, adding to the magic of downtown Livermore. There's a similar setting in Broadway Plaza that captures you right out of the parking garage. It's where Santa hangs out at Christmas, where they sell pumpkins in the fall. First Street business owners will benefit from a second storefront. And finally, I'd like to circle back to the hotel. We are thrilled to bring to Livermore a Hotel Healdsburg-esque boutique-style hotelier. You asked at our last meeting for a Hotel Healdsburg in downtown Livermore. We're going to bring you one. Frank Leal has joined our team. He is an independent hotelier, vintner, and hospitality entrepreneur. He owns 2 wineries and 2 boutique hotels, serving Silicon Valley business travelers. That region's growing tourism and emerging wine industry. He is looking to expand his business model to the Tri-Valley, supported by Livermore's 50 existing wineries. Mr. Leal's new Granada Hotel in downtown Morgan Hill is a perfect model for Livermore. The small boutique-style, design-oriented 60-room hotel modeled after Hotel Healdsburg sits on a 1-acre site in the heart of their downtown. The Granada blends into Morgan Hill's architecture character, just as we intend the new Livermore Hotel to do, with vintage brick veneer, steel, glass, in a way that makes reference to Livermore, just as he's done to reference to Morgan Hill. However, our 1.4-acre site here in Livermore should allow about 75 to 80 boutique-style rooms with similar site amenities. The ground level of the Granada accommodates a bar, restaurant, flower shop, and valet for all guests. The hotel also includes a spacious lobby, reception area, conference room, vintage wine bar, spa, fitness center, boutique hall, outdoor pool, communal outdoor living room, lounge, roof garden, where he grows organic vegetables for his restaurants. Our hotel design by Dahlin Group is a first pass. We wanted to understand the opportunities and constraints of the site. The idea was to complement Blacksmith Square's brick facade and massing. However, we also heard comments that the specific plan asked to increase this gateway presence, which we will be achieved moving forward. We look forward to working with Mr. Leal to incorporate his same level amenities as the Granada, and I encourage you to ask him many questions. We've looked at the site plan again. Arrivals, parking, service needs can be tucked back behind the Bankhead Theater. Mr. Leal has reviewed our initial plans, and his first comment was, I'd like a larger ballroom to accommodate other events, and we look forward to working with him further. We believe the key moving forward here is that the first downtown hotel in Livermore, it needs to set the bar high. This will be the catalyst to lead future hotel development. It's hard to be first, but once the model succeeds, the rest will need to follow and aspire to this same level of quality. The greatest takeaway tonight is the fact that the team of TrueMark, Dahlin Group, Gates Associates, Watry, the Carlin Group, Frank Leal, we have the strongest connection to those who love Livermore. This is our backyard. Between our offices, we have approximately 36 Livermore residents. We live with you. We are here to deliver what you are asking for. Whoever is selected will be living and breathing Livermore with you for years to come. We have been living, breathing, and working in this valley for over 3 decades, and we look forward to continuing this ongoing relationship and delivering the dream of the Downtown Specific Plan and selection of our team tonight. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to share our vision. It's been a privilege making so many new friends, and I'd like to watch this one more time. Thank you.
although it's amazing what you can do with computer graphics. That's very good.
I'll give Dahlin Group Architects credit. Fantastic.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Questions at this point? Vice Mayor, go for it.
They know the three coming, so capitalization, economic strength to weather the next cold in the economy, leadership to see it through, and who's on site, not just who's presenting. Very nice presentation, both companies. We're looking past the presentation to the ability to execute, and part of that's who really is going to be on the ground doing the listening and the design work.
Much appreciated question. I'd like to introduce our president of TrueMark Companies and our chief investment officer, Jason Cleaver.
Hi, Council. I've been working with the company for 17 years. I am the chief investment officer. It's important just to speak about the financial capability of TrueMark. We used to just sell land 15, 16 years ago when I first started. Today, I'm proud to say that rankings came out for the Builder 100, and we were the 34th builder in the United States. We've had quite a great growth period, and that's based on revenue, nearly $500 million in revenue in 2015. We've, just in 2015 alone, we've raised over $495 million of revenue to complete our projects. When about 3 years ago in 2013, when we met with the Lynn family to buy Wallace Ranch, it was a $180 million land buy. He was a little bit concerned, just like you are. Here's a group of people who had never done a master plan development before, had never purchased a piece of property that expensive before. The total project cost was over $250 million. But I think he knew our reputation, he knew our ability to problem solve, and he knew that we were local. Our owners are here, I'm here, and he decided to choose us over a multitude of public companies. And I'm proud to say that you can go there today and see Wallace Ranch and what we've designed, fully funded, and we're going to be fully closed out by the end of this year. So to answer the question, how do we handle the economic storms? I think one of the reasons that I can proudly say that other than a 12 months of uncomfortable Great Recession that we had in 2008, 2009, we've never failed to close on a property. And one of the reasons that is because we're not capital constrained. We have several partners who are all worth billions of dollars, whether it's Resmark companies, Tri-Pacific, Hillwood Company, a Ross Perot Jr. company, Castle Lake, Carlisle Investments. All of these groups have different takes on the market at any one time. And there are some times where somebody thousands of miles away says, look, I just don't like this investment in this state anymore. And that's okay, because that's happened to us. And we've been able to go to one of our other institutional partners to backfill that and to fund that. So I think the fact that we have multiple investment partners that are institutional adds to the financial strength and adds to the surety that we're going to complete the transaction. With respect to the development team, I'll turn that back over to these folks because they'll explain the whole team to you.
Again, Garrett Hines, Director of Architecture, and Chris Davenport, Senior Vice President of Development. We are the two that you will see in and out of every meeting moving forward. We've been working together for 15 years at TrueMark, entitling projects throughout Northern California, San Francisco, and that's what we do. We will be your direct connection to the get-go.
Thank you.
Councilmember Turner?
Hi, I do have a couple questions. I will disclose, as did Councilmember Spadowski, that I have met with both developers as well as anybody else that asked to meet with me as well. I have just a couple questions about things that I didn't hear answers to. First off, there are some wonderful amenities attached to the rentals. Have you guys had any consideration or thought to being able to share those with the owned structures as well?
Absolutely. I see it as one large homeowners association, and so the owners can pay into that, of course, association and go over to the fitness, the pool, and all those activities, the business lounge, all the things that we have programmed for the apartments.
Okay, great. And then you didn't touch on the marketplace a whole lot. What are your thoughts on who would own, manage, find procure the vendors, all that kind of stuff. What have you guys accomplished at that so far on that?
It's early in the process, but working with the Carlin Company, they were very excited and thrilled about where Livermore is in the economy and its growth cycle with the wineries and the restaurants. They see it as a prime subject matter. What they do, what we would do is plan on owning it and taking it through entitlement. And at that time, the Carlin Company, they could just manage it and we own it, or they might want to take over the space, and then it becomes a condominium sale that they take over and operate and own. It's just a business decision that we make down the road.
So the programming for the businesses that go into the marketplace would be either through them?
No, they would run that. We would hire them. We're under agreement that upon approval tonight from you, they will kick off in a full retail establishment where they go scour this region and look for, just like they found the Hog Island oysters and the Cowgirl Creamery in Point Reyes and brought it to Oxbow and brought it to the Ferry Building. That's what they do. They find the richness of this community and then bring it and spill it out into the street. And it, again, I want to emphasize that the financial model success for this development does not hinge on the marketplace. It takes years to develop. And so we've built that into our factors because we want it to be a successful market hall.
Are they by any chance here tonight?
They could not make it tonight, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Is Mr. Leal here by any chance?
He is.
Okay. Question. First off, you said we asked you, you listened or whichever way about the Hillsburg Hotel, which is true. That came up a couple times last time. But there's two questions I have about the hotel. You may hear from the audience, I'm supposing, that they're thinking that the hotel should be larger with maybe some more meeting space. Is that possible with the constraints of the space, potentially if the parking's off-site or something like that? What is your vision for potentially making it larger, or do you think it not appropriate for the site? I'd kind of like to hear a little bit about your vision.
No, I would,
and I'm going to give you a part two, so you can
okay.
do it all at once. Livermore stands for science, art, wine, and rodeo. How do you combine all of that into a hotel that speaks to Livermore?
Well, let me answer part two first, because the reason why I'm grateful to join this team is that looking through their drawings and the video, these guys get it. We're here to sell an experience. So in order to get rodeo, grapes, science in downtown into a hotel, you have to set the experience, and that's what I do. I grow grapes, I make wine, I run a 400-seat farm-to-table restaurant, run a 42-room boutique hotel, building the next hotel in Morgan Hill, and my job is to sell an experience. That's where the food's right, the lighting's right, the music's right. It just feels good, and that's part two. Part one of your question, your first question, was the ballroom and the conference center. I would love to have a whole floor of that, and that's what I've designed in Morgan Hill. So not only to bring out tourism and be able to do product launches with tech companies and weddings, conferences. So the hotel in Morgan Hill has a whole floor. It's about 8,000 square feet with air walls to be split up into different rooms.
Councilor Spadowski.
So in all fairness, I'll go ahead and ask the same questions, but I think you already responded to the parking garage. I was going to ask you if you would split your parking garage, but if you have anything to add to that other than the airway comment that you made, I think we're pretty good with your response. The other, what is your group's experience in working with a large showing of a community like this before on projects?
Well, we were very familiar with that in almost every development these days from Dublin. There's a great turnout of concerned citizens. We always have been a proponent of reaching out, neighborhood meetings, and communication with the neighbors, because that's the key. You want to make sure they don't think there's any backroom deals going on anywhere. It's got to be upfront and communicative. And Chris has great experience in San Francisco.
Oh, San Francisco again.
Yeah, San
Go figure.
Francisco, certainly. And we've entitled and we've built several mid and high-rise buildings with our TrueMark Urban division. And just like Livermore, the folks in San Francisco are very concerned about what's happening in their community. Nothing happens without consensus. Obviously, we can't meet everybody's agenda, but we certainly want to hear from everybody. We certainly are open to changing design to accommodate different things and maybe addressing it in a different way, perhaps. But it's really about being a powerful listener and understanding that there are other viewpoints other than ours. There are certain thresholds that have to be met with different agendas, but we'd love to combine those all and work together. And as Garrett said, we are very dedicated to working with the community as the process continues.
Okay, and the other thing, the other question, could you talk a little bit more about converting those townhomes to for sale flats? I feel that that's very important. We don't have a product like that in Livermore. You already heard tonight people asking for the elevators, the for sale flat units. I know whenever there's a flat, a single-story residential unit, a new stock coming on the market in Livermore, it's almost guaranteed to be a lottery situation, which I feel is quite sad in many respects. But could you expand on that as well?
I would just go back to, if allowed to move forward, it comes down to very detailed market analysis and understanding the buyers. I know for a fact that the last few years, we've seen a tremendous growth in not only the millennials, but the baby boomers. And they both enjoy that urban flat feel. It's easy to integrate the flats into our for sale townhomes and have elevators to those corners or parts of the building. It's also easy to put townhomes into the rental component and have stacked townhomes that will fit into that. So we're open to going, exploring those options, and it's always an option.
Okay, and the last question about the ballroom square footage, what do you envision for Livermore? Would it be similar, what you were mentioning earlier with your other project that was 8,000 square feet? Something along those lines?
Yes, about an 8,000 square foot ballroom, which can be separated into 4 individual ballrooms with air walls. So maybe during the week it's more conferences, on weekends it's weddings, teaming with local wineries where we can do ceremonies at the wineries and then bus them to the hotel for the actual reception, full service spa. And also the trick to the conference rooms is to pull in that weekday business, and that's where with working with the local companies and even pulling them from the Bay Area, just getting them in for the day and working out some wine tours and just keeping them downtown.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, I've got a cold, so it's going to be a little bit hard to talk. But yeah, you should stay away, I think. But the question is around the hotel. It's coming in at the 11th hour, and have you alluded to the fact that it needs to have some refinement to the design? But how can we be assured who's going to own this hotel? Who's got the wherewithal to deliver? What kind of assurances can you give us that you'll actually be able to make this happen? And then you talked about the square footage of the ballroom, but what about the number of rooms? I mean, what's in play here? I think you've got a preliminary concept, and you've also alluded to the fact that, well, maybe it's not as dominant on the corner as it should be or something. So give me a little bit more confidence that you can actually deliver a quality hotel here and finance it and make it happen.
Well, all my properties are tried and true, so they're all established. They all have a great tax base. The TOT tax in the city of San Juan Bautista, it's 30% of their city revenue, what we bring in. So when you take all these different components that I have in different locations and you put them all in one spot, like what I'm doing in Morgan Hill, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm just bringing all these, my floral shop, the restaurant, the dining, everything is put on one location. So, and I would be the owner operator. So it would be, some of it would be self-funded. I've done some of my properties with 504 SBA loans. So the financing's there. It's just a matter of every project's different. So with this project here, I'd like to see maybe less rooms and more amenities where the spa, and just really make it where it's a special hotel. So
Yeah, so I was the one who was talking about the spa, but just as a question of setting the bar on kind of quality. So I don't think that the council actually said that that's what we were necessarily looking for, but it was a way of, just a shorthand for, what's the quality. But what I don't kind of understand here, because we had a lot of different studies and people have purported to understand one thing or another, but how do we know, or how do you decide the number of rooms and the size of these conference centers and the amenities, and what's the market out there? And you said you'd have to develop it in the weekday versus the weekend, but how do we know what's the right decision here on the hotel?
Well,
how do you think about it?
My product that I sell is wedding based. So as of this year, we'll do 200 weddings between all my facilities. So with the 200 weddings, we're booked a year in advance on certain lots. Room blocks. In that, you can support a restaurant for not only 24-hour service, but also the catering department end of it. With that also, you can support a flower shop and the linens and the rental. So that's 80% of my business is the wedding business, and that right there is enough to keep a boutique hotel sustainable. So if we have a ballroom floor, the amenities for the bridal parties when they get there, you have rehearsal dinners the day before, you have the Sunday brunches the day after. That's what makes it sustainable. The icing on the cake is the weekday business, the product launches, the conferences, but in South County, we're doing weddings Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, some Sundays. So if it's a standalone banquet facility, it works on its own. Once you add in all the other components, having the theater next door, that actually can, depending on what events they have there throughout the week, through the weekdays, then that could also help. But as a boutique hotel, my business is the wedding business.
So what are your thoughts on getting the corporate business for their events and the management conferences? You said the product launches. I mean, how would you go about attracting that market?
Well, currently I have 180 employees, and from wedding coordinators to sales staff. So we work with LinkedIn. We bring them down to, and Hollister is quite a drive from the Bay Area versus Livermore here. So, and I think with tech companies, they're tired of being at the Fairmont Hotel. They want country. They want that experience. They want to. We always incorporate our events with a wine tasting, and then they back to the hotel. They get changed up. We do a hike at the Pinnacles National Park, and it's more of, again, I'm selling an experience. It's a product that is experience based, and with the tech companies, that's what they're looking for. They're just looking for a different concept.
Just to make sure I understand it, what you're saying is that you're the one who would put the capital up at risk and can handle this whole thing, and you would drive it to that concept then?
Correct, and I would be on site, not only with design, but on the operational end of it also.
Okay, very good. One question, well, two questions, actually. So, same questions back. Why did you choose the eastern side of the property as opposed to putting the hotel on the west?
I looked at both options. The 1.4 acre site next to the bankhead with the blank wall of the bankhead, that naturally spoke to me to a place to have the back room service aspect kind of tucked in there. You wouldn't want hotel rooms looking right at that. I don't think the pool necessarily fits right next to that tall building. So, but it allows you then to have the friendly architectural face out against Livermore. That spoke to me. I also loved the connection to Bankhead Plaza, and how that paseo that would lead you to the market hall would come by the ground floor activities of the hotel. So it reached out to me as a perfect size and shape for a boutique hotel site. And again, the other side, keeping the big, larger area allowed me to have more efficiency to get the other programs, elements that we need, the parking, the for sale housing, the rental housing, and the market hall, all fit more nicely on the western edge.
But again, during the RFP orientation process, did anyone from the city tell you where you had to put the hotel?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentations, both of you. I sincerely appreciate the tremendous amount of work that your teams put into this. And so I would offer your applause on this one. This was
Thank you.
Both presentations. Both presentations were very well done. Tremendous effort, both finalists. Thank you very much. With that, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and take public comments. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, so we can move this along. We have. Do we go back and see if there's any more back there? Did we? You just did? Okay. So we have 80, that's 80 cards tonight, 80 cards tonight. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to read the names ahead of time, and if you could queue up so we don't lose time as people are coming up to the podium. So as I read off the names, if you could come up and there's some seats right up here, and you could arrange yourselves in those seats so that we can move the comments quickly. With the 80 cards and the time between speakers, that takes us, if everybody had a minute, that's going to be an hour and a half and take us up to 11 o'clock. We still have the time to deliberate after that. So let's give that a try. And because I want to make sure that we can hear from everybody. Oh, 81. Okay. Do I hear 82? Let's go. Let's try for a minute. And that way, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. But remember, what we are here to do tonight, pardon me? We're going to take public comment tonight. And the goal tonight is actually to select the developer that we believe is the most capable of fulfilling the goals and the vision that we originally proposed during the RFP. So this is not the final project. There are going to be more community discussions. One of the things that I'm going to propose during matters initiated tonight is a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the City Council to ensure that we have aligned the goals and vision that we want to transform the downtown. So there will be additional opportunities to address the Council and the Planning Commission on this. So remember, tonight we are here to provide comment on which developer we believe is the most capable of delivering this product. And you know, this isn't going to be easy because there's a tremendous amount of work put into this. So with that, let's try, let's start.
May I suggest that you continue the comments to an additional day so that you can give people a little more time?
Well, okay, I hear yes, I hear no. Let's see how we do tonight. Let's start this. As I said, we're here to select the developer. There will be additional opportunities to speak to the plan specifically. But let's give it a shot. I'd ask for a minute comments, and we will start with Manya Lane, Splend Splendorio, Virginia McFan, Nick Liang. Ms. Lane.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, the Commission for the Arts would like to recommend that with the selection of the downtown plan developer, that a visual arts component be incorporated into the project. Given the efforts you all in the city of Livermore have made and continue to make to create a strong cultural arts identity. A visual arts component could take various forms. The Commission for the Arts has heard ideas during input on annual arts priorities, such as an art gallery and a variety of visual arts uses. With your permission, the Commission would offer to form a committee to discuss this topic, including city staff, representatives of community arts groups, and members of the general public. We think it's important to take this opportunity to address a visual arts component in this major downtown project and use a committee to keep it on the radar, coordinate recommendations that can be brought back to the City Council at a later date. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I realize that there's a certain amount of decorum that we prefer, but in order to save time, you can dispense with Honorable Mayor and lofty City Council, that sort of thing. You can just get right into your comments, and we can start moving. So I appreciate the titles, but this way we can move a little more quickly. Splend Splendorio, Virginia McFan, Nick Liang, and Julio Friedman.
Would you prefer disgraceful or? I'm Splend Splendorio. I'm here with Innovation Tri-Valley. Innovation Tri-Valley is a business group that represents most of the businesses in the Tri-Valley, everything from large employers such as the lab to our own iGate incubated businesses, which we have a few of them here in the audience. I'm here just to advocate that you pick one tonight and move forward. We need to address a big problem with all our employers. They need a diverse housing stock. We're trying to attract, we're trying to retain the type of employees, the kind of young people I think you'll hear from today that make our community vibrant. So please make a choice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Splendorio. Virginia McFan, Nick Liang, Julio Friedman, and Dean Burnett. So as I call your names, if you could, oh, Virginia McFan went home. Okay, Nick Liang, Julio Friedman. Oh, there's Nick. Okay, Julio, go ahead and go for it, and then Nick will follow up. Nick first, come on. Oh, come on. Julio, get up here. Nick. Okay, Nick, come on up. Nick, come on up. There's seats up front. Nick, come on up here.
Make a line.
Come on up. We're gonna cue everybody up here. So Nick, and then Dean Burnett.
Excellent. In part, I'm speaking on behalf of Laura Weber. She had to stay home. Our daughter's not feeling well, and so please take the comments as coming from the two of us. Again, I want to thank both developers. What we saw tonight was outstanding. I have to say I'm partial to the Lennar development myself. A comment that I would want to make is that neither development put forward the idea of a small performing space, experimental theater, jazz ensembles, chamber music. There is not, in fact, an appropriate space in Livermore. We are actually lousy with places to have weddings, and yet we don't actually have that additional component of a performing arts space that would be welcome. Although I know that this has also been talked about many times, and both developers looked at it and rejected it, it is still, I believe, an intriguing idea to have the hotel on the west side. I know that these are integrated designs and you can't move them around like Lego blocks. Nonetheless, I think there is value to that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Nick Liang, Dean Burnett, and Derek Eddy.
Thank you, Mayor and the council. I'm just trying to, I'm going to give you a reality check right here. Right now, at this point, my biggest concern is the parking space. During busy time right now, day and night, like lunchtime and dinner time, during that period of time, it's very hard to find a parking right now already, given that there's a big parking lot behind us. It's full. People would often have to spend a few minutes to tens of minutes to try to get a spot, just so you know. I mean, with the minimum wage increased in the second consecutive years already, all right? And then with another one coming in, all the way to $15 per hour. You're looking at like years of increasing of that. So to us, it's a sort of like a backbone breaking kind of a situation right now. So we survive, but we need to make sure the parking space is enough. I mean, during the construction period and after that, so that we could survive. That's my concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Liang. Dean Burnett, Derek Eddy, Arne Kierkegaard.
Good evening. I happen to be speaking on the same thing, parking. I did a real quick analysis. It looks like there's about 500 parking spaces out there, even though some of them are on the dirt lot in back of the First Street buildings right now. And we're only building 605. It doesn't seem like we're building any additional spaces for the new pieces coming in there. I think it should be addressed. And the other thing is, there doesn't seem to be any accommodation for bicycles anywhere. And that would be something that I think should be needed with the people we have riding bicycles in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Derek Eddy, Arne Kierkegaard, Chung Bothwell, Jeannie Haig.
Derek Eddy, Purple Orchid Wine Country Resort and Spa. Obviously, as a hotelier, we're very vested in what goes down in downtown Livermore. I tell this to guests all the time. Everybody asks, like, where else do we stay here in Livermore? And I say, you know what, we've got the best wineries in California. We got the best hotels, or the best restaurants. We got up-and-coming breweries, but the missing link was always those accommodations that could be past our 10 rooms. So on the hotel side, I just want to see something that can really represent Livermore, wine tourism, brewery tourism, food tourism, agricultural tourism. So that's my say.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Arne Kierkegaard, Chung Bothwell, Jeannie Haig, Christine Wente.
Yeah, Arne Kirkwood here. I'm not going to waste your time on too many details, but the one thing I do want to point out, whatever developer you select, I think it should be, the hotel should be on the west side. It makes sense. The other thing I want to comment on, you're addressing a very young society, and many of us have walking disabilities, and getting from where these parking garages are to the Bankhead is a terror. And what else is a terror is going from the Uncle U side over to the Bankhead side. That's just like a little funnel leading through there, and you're building a potential accident area there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kierkegaard. Chung Bothwell, Jeannie Haig, Christine Wente.
Good evening. It's a long night for all of you, so I keep my remark brief. I have lived and worked in Livermore for more than 32 years, and I have seen our city truly has grown remarkable, and this Livermore has become an attraction downtown for so many people from neighboring city. I watched the proposal on the two, from the two developers tonight, and what I don't see is the convention or the conference center, which I believe in the future that you are going to see much more, so many different groups coming into Livermore in order to conduct business. So I understand that it may be a done deal now in terms of, both proposals now being presented tonight for you to make the decision. I do hope that somehow that between the city and the community interest group, we'll be able to give you additional concern that we have. And I want to stress one more time, I'm speaking as a private citizen tonight, not as the Livermore Lab employee all at the capacity of the chairman of the Uncon Credit Union. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Jeannie Haig, Christine Wente, Drew Felker.
Okay, I'll just go with hi. And most of you know I wear many hats. I'm Innovation Tri-Valley, the Chamber, I'm a business owner and a resident in Livermore. So I'm here with all those hats. And just want to share that seeing the presentations and all our organizations have seen presentations by both the developers. We respect both of them. They're both awesome. We're not going to recommend one over the other. We just want to make sure that you don't lose this opportunity, keep the momentum going, and make a decision, and don't let some of the other special interests that might hold up things help us or make us lose track of things and lose this window of opportunity before it goes away. So I just want to encourage you to trust that you make the great decision and make it soon and move it on so we can get going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine Wente, Drew Felker, Cesar de Gallardo. I'm sorry, Cesar de Gallardo.
Good evening. And it is strange to have my back to everyone else, but good evening, everyone. And I wanted to reiterate quick thanks to you all for your commitment to this process, and also to both development teams for very thorough work. So I'm representing my family, Wente Family Estates, and our company, and I would like to reiterate what Jeannie and Splend both just said in terms of supporting the city staff's recommendation to tonight choose one of the two proposals for the downtown development. We agree with the goals as set out by the city for this project to sustain economic vitality for our existing businesses, to improve the walkability of downtown, and overall increase the appeal of the Livermore Valley as a great place to work, live, and visit. So we believe that the essential components have been addressed: a high-end boutique hotel, well-executed retail concepts, and appropriate residential units. So reiterating what we believe the importance of acting. So thank you in advance for that, so that we don't miss this opportunity. So personally, after reviewing the proposals in advance and again tonight, I'm especially impressed by the Lennar proposal, specifically their hotel, market hall, and residential concepts. Sorry, and their long-term commitment to the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Drew Felker, Cesar Del Gallardo, Bob Coomber, and Doug Mann.
There are 270 people in this room tonight. I'm representing 293 people who couldn't be here. It's mostly young professionals living in the area who, along with other people in this room, would like you to move forward with choosing one of the developers. We don't care which one, because they're both great proposals. On a personal note, I am a long-term Livermore resident. I grew up here, went to Cal Poly, was educated as an engineer, came back, have recently started a company licensing technology from the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and I still live with my parents because I can't afford to move out. So I'm asking the people who have kids and grandkids in this area to support building houses quickly so that we can move in, and not to stonewall this progress, because you can. Everyone here knows that if we want to slow this down, we could. But for us that live here and grew up here, we'd really appreciate it if you move quickly to build this project, because there's 293 people who would love to have it done that couldn't make it here tonight.
Thank you very much. Cesar Del Gallardo, Bob Coomber, Doug Mann, Steve Larinaga.
Hi, my name is Cesar de Gallardo. I'm the director of Condanza. We're a new company in town, and we also have an educational community outreach project. So we have relocated here, so we're new to the city. I found a lot of new faces. So I'm here. Our vision is to advocate arts through the art form of dance, to support our community, educate, and advance dance as a professional art form. I'm here to speak about the importance of having the hotel built on the west side of the Livermore Avenue from the artist perspective. This would leave more space for the flexible use conference center on the east side of the Livermore Avenue next to the Bankhead. This would provide a gateway to Livermore by having the wine country on one side, on the west side, and then the flexible center use on the other side, alongside the Bankhead. It's important to understand the impact of having two art venues stay close together. They will be recognized as a very powerful art complex that will contribute to the identity of the city of Livermore. This center adjacent to the Bankhead will grow to be an influential and effective venue for development of the arts practice, future business, and in Livermore.
Mr. Uribiato, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bob Coomber, Doug Mann, Steve Larrañaga, Brendan Finley. Do we have a microphone?
I'm just kidding. It's have to be the shortest guy in the room. It's no big deal. No, I'll get the difficult stuff out of the way first. That of the two plans we saw tonight, and some very impressive presentations. The Lennar plan appeals more to me because of the size of the hotel, which I think should be on the other side of the street. And I say that for traffic congestion purposes. Thinking that most visitors will come here from 580. And although I think the height of the entire development might overwhelm First Street, we run that risk. We have much more at stake there too. And the traffic is a main concern to me though. As I cross streets fast, but many people don't. As well as the other one, more global one, is the availability. We just come off a four-year drought. What are these hundreds of more units going in town? What happens with another 4-year drought? There is a limited supply, it's finite. And there is no open space component. I heard open space used a couple of times, but that's the developer's version of open space, not an LARPD director, so what the heck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Coomber. Doug Mann, Steve Larrañaga, Brendan Finley.
Doug Mann. I thank you for the hands suggestion tonight, Mayor Mershon. I hadn't heard that one before, but I think that's a very good suggestion for audiences giving feedback without interrupting the process or intimidating anybody. On the other hand, the 1 minute time for speaking about this issue, I don't really think is adequate for you to make a decision. I'd like you to not choose either of these people tonight. I think the public, a lot of people have spent a lot of time coming up with a lot of things that they want to say about the project, and they are not going to be given the opportunity to do that. And I think once a developer is chosen, it takes us too far, too fast down the road to the point of going in a direction when I think the nature of that direction really needs to be re-examined, especially from the parking standpoint. We already blew it once when the First Street was revitalized, and we only added a few more spaces, and parking got a lot worse. We need to add much more parking than what they are suggesting, and I don't know that it can be done and develop such an ambitious project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Steve Larrañaga, Brendan Finley, Harpreet Singh.
Hi, thank you. I'm Steve Larrañaga. I'm with San Diego Federal Credit Union, also serve as Vice Chair for the Livermore Chamber of Commerce. I'd like you to thank the developers that were here tonight, and thank you guys for taking the time to be able to choose these. I think it's very important that we do choose one this evening because we need to move forward to find a location for our people that work in that area. I have staff that would appreciate to live close to where they work. Also, I would like to also ask the council not to allow the referendum to go into that type of an issue. And also ask the council not to allow themselves to be pushed around by small influential groups just to make a decision tonight. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. Brendan Finley, Harpreet Singh, Sally Bystroff.
Thank you. Brendan Finley, Chamber of Commerce, also with Wente Vineyards. Again, we have 3 decisions tonight. One is the process, second is growth of business, and third is Livermore in 20 years. As you look at the process tonight, we congratulate you on this process, so stay with it, keep the integrity for our community, our business, and our developers who have worked very hard on this and spent a lot of money to be here tonight. Don't be swayed by a small influence group. The majority of the community will be involved in the decision of how it's going to look and what it's going to be, so we will be doing that in the future. The developers know the market. They told us that tonight, so we know the best of the retail, best of the housing. Growth of the business, we want to be more vibrant downtown. That was our plan. Look where we are already in 10 years. This is where we're going. We need a hotel to focus on our travel leisure community. This will fit our community. Both have said that. We want need and diversity downtown, which speaks to the Livermore brand. Livermore's future is housing. Our business community and our business workers want to live in the community they work. We need a diverse market in home ownership and rentals. You have a tough decision. We support you, but please make the decision tonight so we can move forward, look back tomorrow, and know we're on the road of innovation and the new Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Harpreet Singh, Sally Bystroff, Bruce Cousins, Nancy Mulligan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Harpreet. I own a business in downtown. The only reason I'm here to say is I'd really appreciate if you guys make a decision tonight. I think this project is very vital for downtown, and it doesn't matter which one you guys choose. You guys make the best decision, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Sally Bystroff, Bruce Cousins, Nancy Mulligan.
Sally Bystroff, and I think I'll say first thing, I'm very opposed to your making a decision this evening. I think there's a lot of things that have not been included in this planning. When we moved here 56 years ago, it was 14,000. It's now 84,000. What is it going to be 50 years? This is a very prime piece of land for development. One of the things I've noticed in redevelopment around the state and in other states where I've been in small towns, you have residential stuff that is right in there with the business stuff like homes. They end up being vacant. And I think apartments on the third and fourth floor are fine, but we need offices. We have a traffic problem down there no matter what, because Livermore Avenue, when the Bankhead lets out, you can't, it's 2 or 3 lights to get through that one corner there, no matter what. So we need the parking, we need the garage over someplace else, but there has to be some serious thought given to what we're going to do with those streets. And we've blocked off the streets now, which a long time ago were all open, which was not good. And I just want to say, do we like the downtown now? It took us 30 years in going through a lot of council meetings and a lot of discussions about trees, about parking space, about lights, about everything to get what we have, which we love. And so I commend you for the effort you're going through, but I don't see that we're there at all. And when somebody first mentioned the hotel on that corner there by the Bankhead, I felt that just isn't right. And Cornerstone at least mentioned the wall, but we need a hotel, but not there.
Thank you, Ms. Bystroff. Bruce Cousins, Nancy Mulligan, Marcia Elkeson.
Good evening. Great job in the whole process. Tremendous job by the developers, and we respect all of that. Quickly, I will say that I think the hotel on the west side has been my avocation since the beginning. It gives a lot of flexibility. You can hear the resistance by a lot of community members against so much housing on that location. And also breaking up the parking in multiple pieces is a good idea, so we'll stick with that.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. Nancy Mulligan, Marcia Elkeson, Dale Kay, Pat Mann.
My name is Nancy Mulligan. I've lived in Livermore since 1970. Most of us came to Livermore because it was a beautiful small town. With all the new high-rise buildings, I feel we're becoming a Dublin or a Walnut Creek, which is not the kind of city most of us wanted. In fact, Dublin is what most of us call a cautionary tale to all other cities. I agree we do need some downtown housing, but hopefully we can restrict the height to 3 stories or less. In order to have adequate parking, I support an underground parking garage. I understand it would cost 3 times as much as above-ground parking, but it would be a one-time expenditure and we could preserve a beautiful mall above it. I also support a specialty hotel, preferably on the west side of the property. Nobody wants to stay in a room that looks out on the back of a building. And hopefully this could include an art gallery, which this city really needs.
Thank you. Marcia Elkeson, Dale Kay, Pat Mann. Marcia? She went home. Okay, thank you. Dale Kay, Pat Mann, Terry Rossow.
Thank you so much, and it was so exciting tonight to see both of these presentations. Congratulations, and congratulations to us. I'm with Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce and Innovation Tri-Valley, and we loved what we saw with both presentations. We're happy with the hotel where the people who are experts put it, and we also think this is a tremendous need for us, for our businesses and our visitors. We've been asking for this hotel for as long as I've been around, so we are thrilled to see it, and we also need housing. We cannot build our way out of a housing problem, but it is really nice to create a space for our future. For some of the people like Drew that you heard here tonight, housing downtown is going to create more customers for people like Nick, and it is a placemaker. It creates legacies. People stay here, becomes a great quality of life. The walkability issue is huge. So to establish roots in this community downtown is a wonderful thing to do, and we know that you have the vision and the courage to move forward and pick somebody tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pat Mann, Terry Rossow, Stephen Deladera.
Pat Mann, whoops. An old lady living in an old house, and I hope a special interest. I'm really not pleased with either of these plans completely. Anything you choose, if it's one of these, needs a lot of work. One design is nice, one design is kitschy, and the services vary somewhat. But I miss having the workshop at an earlier stage than this, so that we could group together and talk over these problems that we see in it before any RFP is actually accepted. So good luck with it.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Terry Rossow, Stephen Deladera, Jeff Caskey. Terry Rossow? Okay. Stephen Deladera, Jeff Caskey. Diane Friedrich.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me address the forum. Appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion. I represent the Deladera family and its 5 registered voters. What I see here tonight is a lot of good ideas. I also see some missing components. Neither of the engineering developers talked about any LEED ratings of their facilities, any solar energy savings. I didn't see any use of tunnels. I didn't see the underground garage. I didn't see any people movers. And basically, I was missing the big technology component that I thought that Livermore would bring, especially when one of the centerpieces of our community is 2 of the most engineering labs of the world. I'd like to see the ACE train connection to the downtown area. And as an investor, citizen investor, I feel like I would place my money on the Leonard component. I'd also say that I am an investor of Leonard as a part of my retirement fund.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deladera. Jeff Caskey, Diana Friedrich, Michael Friedrich.
Good evening. Traditionally, a project of this scale, when the city undergoes alongside its citizens, providing opportunities for collaboration and discussion. I ask you not to shortchange this process in the public by restricting our input to 2 or 3 minute or 1 minute prepared speeches where the council gets the last word and the public has no opportunity for response or clarification. I personally do think the better location for a hotel is west of Livermore Avenue. I'd like to see more community space than either developer has offered. I'd like to see the developers look at partially underground parking to reduce the crowding and the height above ground. These ideas require commitment, investment, and creativity. I think these are the things that need to be discussed in public. I did hear the developers, in fact, Lennar used the word workshop. So I suggest and ask that the council take the developers up on their offer and ask tonight, I ask tonight that you direct staff to define at least 3 public workshops on this development. This is not the same as having a planning commission meeting or a combined planning commission or city council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Friedrich, Michael Friedrich, and Carol Garrick.
Hello, Diana Frederick. I'd like to say I support the community group's alternative site plan, which places the hotel on the west side of Livermore Avenue. I believe it provides for more community space and more pedestrian-friendly areas. And I'd also like to have another community workshop before the final decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Friedrich, Carol Garrick, Gloria Christensen.
Yes, we know each other. I don't like either proposal. I think they're largely high-density residential developments. Both proposals lack public space. Much of the public space that's been quoted is sidewalks. That doesn't count. The hotel should be on the west side of the street. I've never gone to a hotel and asked for a room with a view of a wall. A 77-room hotel is too small. We don't need a hotel. A small hotel oriented towards weddings. And I think we should have at least one community workshop on this. That I really think the proposal needs work.
Thank you. Carol Garrick, Gloria Christensen, Crystal Burke, Ellen Burnham.
I'm Carol Garrick. I live north of the downtown, and I think that it's important to consider the traffic implications on the placement of the hotel and the placement of the traffic structures. One of our speakers has already pointed out that you cannot get out of the structure, the parking structure we have now, after an event. Total backlog. I can speak to going to the parking structure coming from the north, and I wait at the signal at least 3 or 4 times if it's a large venue. We also have a problem with South Livermore. One lane is restricted to right turn only. So basically, I would like you to look at the traffic implications for the placement of the hotel and the placement for getting in and out of the parking structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Christensen, Crystal Burke, Ellen Burnham. Gloria Christensen, Crystal Burke, Alan Burnham. Mr. Burnham.
Yes, I would like to say that I have looked at the community alternative. I think there's some useful ideas. We're obviously not going to make that decision as planning tonight. I think some more workshops are valuable. My biggest concern has actually been stated several times, and it's traffic circulation and parking. The downtown is already a disaster. This is a very big development. It could be virtually impossible to get from south downtown through the downtown out, other places. And I've been in Livermore since '77. It's really hard to get through the downtown now. I advocated a pedestrian passway over the parking structure to the bankhead. Right now we have a stoplight that stops traffic there. It's practically impassable. I think that I understand the need for housing and all these things, but you need to make sure that you can actually get traffic in and out, have a place to park, and get it out. It has to have distributed entrances so that everybody doesn't have to go through a single pinch point. Simple hydrodynamics.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Nancy Rodriguez. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, hang on a second here. Yeah, so Crystal Burke, there she is.
Bam.
Very good.
Hi, I'm Crystal Burke, past president for the Board of Directors for Livermore Downtown, Inc., and I will be speaking for the executive director for Livermore Downtown, Inc., Rochelle Snedeker. She's out of town at the Main Street conference in Milwaukee, getting some new ideas for the revitalization downtown. Some of the bullet points she has put on here is downtown businesses and the commercial core on First Street are very excited about the placement of the parking garage within close proximity to the most popular destinations. The boutique hotel is an exciting and very much needed addition. We want to be sure that the size and the scope of amenities will be successful. We do not want to end up with another situation of having to bail out a failing downtown attraction. Keep public gathering space tightly connected to commercial destinations, large park-like amenities separate rather than connect the business flow. Downtown has the plaza in front of the Bankhead, Lizzie Fountain Spray Ground, Livermorium Park and the Flagpole Plaza, Carnegie Park, and also the Bothwell Art Center's 8th Street Park to greet, meet, and play, and it expands to the neighborhoods. Carnegie and Livermorium are...
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
Thank you.
Gloria Christensen, Terry Rossow, Nancy Rodrigue, Carol Hilton. Okay, Nancy Rodrigue. Okay, Carol Hilton. Nancy Bankhead. Oh, there you are. Okay, and Nancy Bankhead.
All their time?
Pardon me?
Do I get all their time?
No, you don't.
I did a search through the documents on the word parking, and I wasn't happy with what I saw. There were assumptions made about using the existing parking structure for conference attendees at the hotel, assumptions made about guests to the residents parking on the street. You haven't provided for enough parking. It looks like you've basically replaced the flat parking and put it in a garage. It seems like you are doubling the commercial space downtown and not providing extra parking. That's irresponsible. The idea of putting a hotel at Livermore and Railroad with a 4,000 square foot restaurant and no parking, that's atrocious. That's ridiculous. Are they going to use the valet parking for the hotel, and how big will that lot have to be to accommodate the people at the hotel and the restaurant? You need to rethink all of this parking. When they were talking about bringing BART downtown, I think there were something like 4 or 5 extra parking garages planned, and they were going to be all over the downtown. You need to look at what was originally planned and realize that you have a responsibility to provide parking, not just for the new businesses, but to consider the old businesses that are down there. It's too easy to get on the freeway and go to the movie in Dublin
Thank you, Ms.
if you
Hilton.
can't find parking.
Thank you. Nancy Bankhead, Mary Ann Brent, Gail Travers.
Hi, I'm Nancy Bankhead. My father was born in Livermore. Many have said how long they've lived in Livermore. It doesn't matter how long you've lived in Livermore. It's that we who are here tonight love Livermore and care about its future. When you come into Livermore, you get off the freeway, you drive down North Livermore, and you drive and you drive. And when you get to First Street, you see the flagpole. Maybe that's downtown, I don't know, so you pass it. What can we do to announce that you're coming to downtown Livermore, where there's cool restaurants and shops? Neither of the plans that I saw tonight helped me decide that's my downtown. Rents are high, to buy is high. Values are just going up. Young people can't afford it. It's a good idea, but in the real world, that's not who's going to live there, the young. We need a hotel on the lucky side to get people into Livermore, for people to find out how nice Livermore is. You've got a wedding hotel coming in. A wedding is 200 people. That's 100 cars. Saturday and Sunday, you're adding an extra 100 cars to the parking downtown. And where did Cornerstone come from? That's a church.
Thank you. Mary Ann Brent, Gail Travers, Moni Knopp, Clay Widmeyer.
Good evening. I don't really know where to start. I guess I'll start with square angles. I looked at the bird's eye view and I looked at the elevations, and all I could see was square corners. And I'm wondering if the designers could put some curves in there somewhere. The reason it bothers me is that it makes me think of a generic contemporary design like Dublin. And we're Livermore, we're not Dublin. Also, I don't like to see the hotel, whichever group you take, smushed up against the Bankhead wall. And smushed, I think, is a technical architectural term. So if you could fix these two things, that would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brent. Gail Travers, Moni Knopp, Clay Widmeyer.
Good evening. After review of the updated proposals, I believe Lennar and their hotel partners are the best choice overall. And I believe the Hotel and Conference Center are key to creating the iconic spaces we've envisioned for our downtown. To this point, I strongly support construction of the hotel on the west side of South Livermore Avenue to serve as the centerpiece of this project. Working with McCracken Architects, the Livermore Community Group, formerly known as the Ad Hoc Advocacy Committee, has produced a well-balanced project design using this approach. This design provides for significantly more open space and still provides for 249 residential units, but not all packed together. And the majority of rooms in the Wine Country Hotel would face the Park Commons rather than the sidewall of the Bankhead Theater. Locating the hotel to the west of South Livermore Avenue frees up the east side for a more size-appropriate, flexible-use conference center in conjunction with a restaurant and farmers market. This design also reduces parking in the center of the development from 420 spaces to 289 spaces, while increasing the total of available spaces throughout the development by 174 spaces over Lennar Plan. You can see this design at vibrantlivermore.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Travers. Moni Knopp, Clay Widmeyer, Charles Hartwig, Bob Alley. Moni? No, he's not here. Okay. Clay Widmeyer, Charles Hartwig, Bob Alley.
Okay, two quick thoughts. First, I thought both proposals were excellent, and obviously both developers are very competent and could pull it off. I slightly prefer the hotel in the Lennar proposal, but frankly, the TrueMark proposal I thought was aesthetically beautiful and much more visually pleasing, and I thought they perfectly captured our Livermore ambiance and our winemaking environment. Secondly, I prefer the location of the hotel on the west side. I think we desperately need to start promoting commercial and nightlife and restaurants on Railroad Avenue, where we have a lack of that. There's already plenty of residential and housing on the south side of Railroad, and I would like to see us start to get some commercial and restaurants on that side. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Hartwig, Bob Alley, Howard Sue.
Yes, good evening. What was important to me was one of the developers made a connection to First Street, and I think we need to make sure that that connectivity is done, because there is, beyond that center, there is other activities that are going on. The second thing, I think, coordinating with the LVPAC in terms of a conference center and perhaps a gallery where we feature science, I think that would be a very nice piece to make sure that we have in this development. And finally, I didn't hear a lot in terms of interconnectivity to transportation centers like the corridor, ACE, and other things like when BART comes to town. So I really think the developers need to consider how they're going to move people in and out and make connections to our transport centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartwig. Bob Alley.
Yeah, just a couple concerns that I have. One is I see a lot more traffic focused in the downtown, and I haven't heard anything about a traffic study, how all that traffic is going to move through the town. And then I think the other key thing is I'm really questioning whether we want to put more housing in the downtown. We're just packing more and more people and then not accommodating the traffic or the parking.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Howard Sue, Brian Memal, and Walter Davies.
I'm Howard C2, Advisory Board member of Canabella Children's Choir, member of the Livermore Cultural Art Council, and committee head of the Livermore Library Gallery Showcase Project. And I have a dream. In a little bit about Canabella. We are award-winning international children's choir. We operate in Livermore, Pleasant, and Dublin. We have 250 kids involved. We are accomplished. We have 2 silver medals from the 2012 World Choir Games, 8 choirs, 50 nations. We participated in the Korean World Vision International Children's Festival in 2013. And more recently at the Golden Gate International Festival here in the Bay Area, we won Voices of Angels. This year we hosted our very first annual Canabella Children's Choral Festival. And I have a dream that Livermore will become a point of destination, a place where people would come to because we have the things, activities, events a combination of facilities that it takes to attract people and organizations. Livermore has wineries, fabulous downtown events and theater, but the things missing are to become a point of destination or a Michelin multi-star restaurants, first-class downtown hotel, multiple first-class performance venue. And I have a dream, something, and our first annual children's festival was only with local choirs. Wouldn't it be great if we could host an international children's festival, to have visitors stay at a first-class hotel, eat at first-class restaurants, and have their performance in first-class venues like Bankhead Theater and the Conference Center. I have a dream.
Mr. Sue, thank you very much. Let's be fair to everybody. Brian, I'm sorry, Walter Davies was next. Yes. And Walter, yes.
Walter Davies, a citizen of this community since 1959. This community wants a beautiful, pedestrian-friendly, inviting, and engagingly vibrant downtown, and we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve it. We do not want 4 to 4+ story or taller condominiums and townhouses marching lockstep from South Livermore to South L Street. Therefore, I strongly recommend placing the desired hotel on the west side of South Livermore, or perhaps towards the center where it can be a focal point for the entire project. Keep the desired conference center on the east side of South Livermore with supporting services. I appreciate the opportunity to address these concerns to you this evening and at future community workshops as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Mayall, talktofabian.com, and Jim Folt. Brian Mayall, talktofabian.com, and Jim Folt.
Thank you. I am a father and Livermore resident. I'm all for moving forward with a hotel. Sounds like the west side is the better side. Parking structure, I think, should be underground as much as possible. Sorry, it's going to cost somebody some money. I'm more for the architects to pay a visit to Pleasanton and look at the historical pictures of Livermore and try to design the hardscape and the facades of the buildings that won't look like a cookie cutter residential plot, you know, that somebody spits out of there. I mean, granted, it is nice, but I think it doesn't match the look. Secondly, I'd like to see Google Fiber come in and maybe the technology of Tesla, since they just leased, I think, 1 million square feet, to have some kind of design aspect, reach out to them for the parking structure and for like a city bike plan throughout the city, along with trikes for the elderly if they can't get on bicycles, and make it friendlier for pedestrians, less concrete, more trees, more landscape, more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabian. Jim Folt, Rick Dobbs, and Lee Yonker. Okay, Jim's gone. Rick Dobbs, Lee Yonker, Steve McCracken.
Notified. My name is Rick Dobbs. I own the Last Word Bar, which has actually brought national recognition as far as one of the best bars in America. We've been in multiple magazines, and one of the things that we have, I get to do now is I get to go all over the country telling people where to open bars, where to open restaurants. Both of the proposals we saw today were rather spectacular. We certainly don't need any more convention space. Convention space has already doubled since 1989, and unfortunately, demand has only increased about 15%. Same for another struggling art space. Those really won't work for us. We really do need to make a decision right now. It will never be perfect. It will never be amazing, but better than perfect is done, and we want to be able to do that. No matter how many workshops we do, then it will not be perfect. So I am a big fan of the TrueMark presentation, as I've been to Mr. Leal's place, and that place is absolutely stellar, end to end. He has done a spectacular job on the hospitality front. So I urge you guys to vote tonight. I'm looking forward to your decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. Lee Yonker, Steve McCracken, Betty Murillo, Bob Carling.
Thank you. There's been a completely remarkable transformation in Livermore in 15 years. Right now, we're given a gift of a downtown area, and the question is, 8 acres, what do we do with it? I think what you've seen from the public comment is there's an enormous amount of concern, ideas, and those ideas need to be tapped. But it's hard to do this in a minute, but let me go through it very quickly. I happen to like the Lennar-Presidio proposal, largely because of the hotel. I think that he came in, looked at Livermore, and said there's something unique about this place, and he spent time to figure out what needed to be done. I think similar things need to be done on the west side. A massive set of housing and parking isn't going to work. I believe if you take their proposal and you consider 3 things, you can come up with a spectacular proposal. One thing is looking at the parking, in particular podium parking. A second thing is looking at the hotel on the west side. A third thing is looking at additional investments into the meeting space of the hotel and creating another attraction in Livermore. We need to look at those things in some systematic way along with the plans and see if we can really make this 8 acres special. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yonker. Steve McCracken, Betty Murillo, Bob Carling, Chris Chandler.
Hi, good evening. We're the architects responsible for the drawings that were submitted by the ad hoc committee. We were involved in part of the transformation of the downtown from a very vehicular-oriented center of town to pedestrian, which has become, I think, a really nice quality to Livermore. We're advocating that the Wine Country Hotel be on the west side of South Livermore Avenue for reasons that it allows the building to expand out a little bit. It can spread out a little bit. It can have a larger courtyard. It has better views to the north and across a large 2-acre plus park in one space primarily. We're advocating the conference center be on the east side and that it be large enough, 12,000 square feet, to accommodate its largest user in Livermore, which are the 2 labs. My hope is that you'll take into consideration some of our recommendations. These are about 3 of 8 or 9, but we hope that you'll take them into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Betty Murillo, Bob Carling, Chris Chandler, Judy Urzaka.
I'm Betty Murillo. I was born and raised in Livermore. My parents have been here since 1908, 1912. We were born at the St. Paul's Hospital, which was the first hospital, I think, in Livermore, too. But anyway, I'm concerned because I think that we have a beautiful place in Livermore. This is a place where everybody wants to live. I would like to stay here and be here until I die. That's what I'm hoping. But I'm hoping that you will pay attention to what your community has said tonight. Most of them have already said that they want the hotel on the west side. Most of them are saying that they want more parking downtown. Most of them have said that the parking downtown is congested at this point. Most of them have said that they prefer Lennar over the other group, Kruger. But you know, we need to pay attention to what the community wants and what the community says, because these are your representatives. These are the people that vote you in. These are the people that you have a responsibility to. And that's what I'm hoping, that you'll follow their directions and what they say. And remember, the turtle always wins the race.
Thank you, Betty. Bob Carling, Chris Chandler, Judy Ruzaka, and Doris Ryan.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. I thought the presentations tonight were spectacular. I was impressed by both of them. My leaning is toward Lennar because of the hotel, and I hope and expect that you'll be able to conduct some workshops so that additional support and discussion around the west side of Livermore Avenue would be considered for the placement of the hotel. But I certainly hope and expect that you'll make a decision tonight, because I think that's important to get moved forward, and I certainly encourage you to do that, and good luck with your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Carling. Chris Chandler, Judy Ruzaka, again, apologize, Doris Ryan, Peter Polson.
Good evening. The Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association supports the staff recommendation to select a finalist and move on to the next phase of this very important project. A clear process has been laid out by the city, and numerous individuals and groups have been included in this entire process. Both developers have assured us that if selected, they will continue to work with the community to refine the project. We look forward to providing additional assistance and comment to whichever developer is chosen. The Wine Growers appreciates the time and resources both Lennar and TrueMark have invested in their proposals. We would also like to acknowledge the dedication and due diligence the elected officials and city staff have put into this most important project. The Wine Growers support the continued forward motion of this exciting hospitality, residential, and retail opportunity, and trust that the City Council will select a suitable partner this evening or early tomorrow morning, as the case may be.
A true optimist. Thank you, Ms. Chandler. Judy, and I will ask how to pronounce your name.
It's Rizaka.
Rizaka. I was
You were
pretty
pretty
close.
close.
All right, thank you. Doris Ryan and Peter Polson.
So you have a tough job. I think both did a really good presentation. I've worked in the Silicon Valley for over 15 years. I'm a corporate event planner. I'm that weekday business that you're trying to get. And frankly, I didn't think either of those proposals, though, hit the mark for a corporate event planner. They're just too small. There's not enough space. You're trying to squish the hotel over onto the one side. It really needs to be on the west side and have enough rooms that compare to the amount of meeting space that you're going to take. It's a great add-on to have the bankhead, but you need to consider that, and also consider the parking, as everyone has addressed. You know, this isn't just a weddings kind of proposal. You need to look at the corporate everyday business that you're going to get as well, and as well as the needs of the lab and all these tech companies that are coming in to the Tri-Valley who are going to be looking for space. I tended to like TrueMark because they're more of a small town feel. I didn't like their hotelier. I thought he was very small-minded, only wanting to do weddings. I think people were leaning towards Lennar because it actually had a bigger hotel property. It's just my 2 cents. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Doris Ryan, Peter Polson, Sylvan Cambier. Okay, Doris is gone. Moving on to Peter Polson, Sylvan Cambier, Sandra Grayford.
Hello. When I looked at the plans, it struck me that there was no integration with the rest of the downtown. There's very little access to the block, and it also was clear to me that it didn't have the open space that I was hoping for. And so I think that the designer should bite the bullet and put the parking garage on the ground and have less housing. The other thing that can open up some space and create foot traffic is to put businesses on the first floor and maybe have 2 or 3 layers of condominiums on top of that. That will create more foot traffic in that area, and combined with more open space would make it a much nicer place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polson. Sylvan Cambier, Sandra Grayford, and Catherine Villasenor.
I'm Sylvan Cambier. I work with McCracken Architects, and it's been a great privilege to take a look at what can happen with downtown Livermore. It's a difficult challenge to make a pedestrian-friendly development that also accommodates all the parking needs, provides for the event center, provides for the hotel. And if there was two moves that I think are really going to make a difference on this site, it's going to be putting the hotel on the west side of South Livermore Avenue. I think it works from a vehicular circulation perspective. It works from a pedestrian circulation perspective. It provides more room for use of the eastern part of the site, east of South Livermore. The other piece that takes some investment, but it's an investment that's worthwhile, is putting some of the parking below grade. And you need the parking, you gotta have it, and you need a pedestrian-friendly plaza. It's what we know works for downtown. It's the way people get around after they park. Everybody's gonna use it, it's gonna be beautiful, and I think that the views, the views that Livermore has to offer are fantastic. Let's make the pedestrian plaza a wide open space, not the leftovers between the buildings, and let's make the investment that it takes today to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Grayfrith, Catherine Villasenor, Milo Nordyke.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for all the work you've done and for all the work I know you're going to have to do to get this right. I've heard a lot of wonderful comments. The presentations were great. The things that stuck out most to me is parking, parking, parking. I'm sorry you have to hear it so many times, but it's true. The other things that I thought that were excellent was the idea of moving people in an archway across from the Bankhead side to the west side of Livermore Avenue. If we had the hotel on the right side, which I prefer, it would make a wonderful, iconic gateway entrance to Livermore with that arched people-moving place across Livermore Avenue. Underground parking are part of it. I strongly think we need to do. And most of all, I also believe we need to have workshops so we can discuss things as opposed to making statements and not being able to ask and exchange ideas and ask questions and so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Catherine Villasenor, Milo Nordyke, William Dunlop, Ruth Gaston. Okay, no Catherine Villasenor, Milo Nordyke, William Dunlop, Mr. Nordyke.
Well, I'd just like to say that I think, number one, what we need is a downtown which really has a center point to it, and I think that's what a hotel needs to be, and that means moving the hotel into the center of the downtown, so that's the attraction. I don't really understand why we want so many apartments there. It seems to me that space would be far much better used for retail and all. I must say that since I've lived in Livermore, I don't think I see the downtown grow more than 5 or 10% in terms of the number of businesses. There's obviously been much change in some of the businesses, but not growth in the number of businesses downtown. What we need is an attraction downtown, which will bring in many people. It really needs an event center, which will bring in people. We saw in the last 2 weekends or so, we saw hundreds of thousands of people come to Livermore, even though they don't necessarily live downtown. So what we need is a real attraction downtown, and that's what a hotel and an event center is.
Thank you, Mr. Nordyke. William Dunlop, Ruth Gaston, Lawrence Cole, and okay. Yes.
I'll go ahead.
Mr. Dunlop.
While you look at what I want to say, and thank you for spending all the time on this. I know it would be a late night for you.
Yeah.
But I'm really interested in the fact that we need a bigger hotel. I mean, when we have things at the lab, it ends up that people stay in Pleasanton and so on, and they do that because many times there are not room in the hotels here. And the other reason they stay is that they don't want to stay in the hotels we have. So we end up with a lot of business going to Pleasanton, Dublin, and so on. Also, there are other activities that will come here. You know, we have the Little League competition here, and the people all stay in Pleasanton because we don't have the kind of hotels that will accommodate them. So I'm for a bigger hotel than the ones we've seen, maybe as much as 170 rooms. And to do that, you probably have to put it on the west side. So I'm very strong that we do that. We make the change, we start accommodating more people, and it helps support the activities we already have going on. And 5 years from now, when we have the Cantabella Choir concerts, we will have a room for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlop, Dr. Dunlop. Ruth Gaston, Lawrence Cole, Larry Bilta. Ruth Gaston, okay. Mr. Cole.
Lawrence Cole, Pacific Chamber Orchestra. I like the larger conference center from the one and the larger hotel from the other. The conference center has got to be next to the bankhead. It should have like about 300 seats of retractable seating so that you can have chamber music concerts, education programs, galas, all sorts of events there. They could spill over to the bankhead. You have multiple events in both territories. That means that the hotel needs to be on the west side so that it can be large enough and be a focal point. And finally, I saw a lot of concrete. Where's the green?
Larry Bilta.
I just left off parking.
Oh. Larry Bilta, Gene King, Alicia Colonico.
Hi, my name is Larry Bilta. I think we have a flawed EIR here. Basically, what we've not addressed is the schools, transportation, the infrastructure. We already know we have major transportation issues. There haven't been traffic studies done. Schools, my grandson can't even get into his local school. He has to be transported out because they're all full. So we have some problems there. You also have some major high-density development on Vasco and also down First Street, which is going to add to that congestion. The other thing is there's nothing downtown. If you go downtown and look right now, in front of the bankhead, on a weekend, you see kids packed to the hilt all the way around. No green space in any of these proposals. So I think we need to step back, take another look at this, and see how we can help the community, not defeat what we're trying to accomplish here. And just so you know, I think the hotel side study, you need to get a consultant, an RK or somebody like that. 34 years in the industry, I can tell you what's being proposed here, and I did it on North America and the Caribbean, doesn't match up. So you need to take a look at this.
Thank you. Gene King, Alicia Colonico, John and Carol Pitts, Sherry Nigg.
Hi. I really like the architecture of TrueMart. I think they really did a very nice job, but the hotel is too small. We don't want a hotel just for weddings. We have lots of event centers and everything. We need a hotel for the labs, for all of the winery there, for the Little League and everything else. And so in order to have that nice size hotel, it needs to go on the west side of South Livermore Avenue. And then that leaves more room for the conference center and event center. Now, Virginia and Marcia, who left early because it was running so late, they were here because they're both from the symphony. And we realized that the Livermore Amador Symphony would like to have a smaller place to perform than the Bankhead Theater. And so this conference center could have events like that on the weekends and over the holidays when there isn't going to be a conference there. So there's lots of, this conference center will be multi-center, so we want to do that, and it needs to be bigger. The 8,000 feet that the TrueMart is suggesting would be really good for the event center, but we need a bigger hotel, and parking, and workshops.
Thank you. Alicia Colonico, John and Carol Pitts, Sherry Nigg. Okay.
Good evening. As a downtown property owner, I'm confident that you will make the right decision tonight and choose one of the companies. They both follow the downtown specific plan that was adopted in 2003, which brought us the Streetscape, Livermore Cinema, Bankhead Theater, Lizzie Fountain, which have all been successful, and we need to keep that moving. Both are experienced and financially strong companies that have made it to the final round, and they've both done that on time, not at the last minute bringing in a plan. We need to choose our partner now and then start the next phase of community involvement. As property owners who've built from the ground up, I can tell you both companies have invested a lot of time and resources And I would encourage the community not to look at drawings, but at the room count, the amenities of the hotel, the number of housing units and parking spaces. Both have done an excellent job of working with businesses on First Street to address delivery, shared garbage. As property owners, we are very excited about the parking garage. We were been waiting for that since 2006. And the nice thing is that our parking lot's now full. So it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Thank you. Alicia Colonico, John and Carol Pitts, Caralia Brune. Oh, yeah. Is Alicia Colonico? Left, okay. John and Carol Pitts. There we go.
Carol went home, it was too late. I have one major thing I wanted to mention for you. It makes sense to me to take all the residential that is in this one area down here where the prices are so high for the land and move it to the outskirts of Livermore to make it a little bit more affordable. And then take that residential area that was going down there and put it into open space so we have more of a park-like center downtown rather than all jammed together filled with commercial and everything else. And I like the hotel on the west-hand side.
Thank you, Mr. Pitts. Caralia Brune, John Stein, Brian Petro.
I'm Carolee Bruni, and I've lived in Livermore and worked here since 46 years. When I was listening to the proposals, both companies seem to be very focused on the condominiums or the whatever they were doing, the people living down there. This is the center of our town. We have, according to the Census Bureau, 2 years ago, we had almost 87,000 people in Livermore. Most of us are sprawled out over the city. We need to be able to come down to the center of our city for the bankhead, for our restaurants. It looks like they were both developing beautiful neighborhoods for a bunch of new people coming into Livermore, not those of us that already live here. And so, yes, I think we desperately need workshops. We desperately need parking. I have a group of friends that comes down to the center for lunch or for dinner on Friday nights, and we can never find parking.
Thank you. John Stein, Brian Petro, Sally Dunlop, and Brooke Witherspoon.
John Stein. There are two problems with this project. One is you're trying to get 10 pounds of stuff into a 5-pound bag, and it really doesn't all fit. Something has to go. With all the cement that you're putting down there in the buildings and the streets and everything, it's going to be an oven. There's very few trees, no green space. When it gets to be 100 degrees, it's going to be 115 on that Paseo. The other problem is that there are unintended consequences. Parking and traffic will eventually choke out the downtown if you keep putting more and more stuff in. And the other thing that allows the downtown to function as an entertainment center is the lack of conflict between the commercial uses and residential. There aren't problems with the homeless, with noise at 2 o'clock in the morning, garbage pickup at 6. You're really going to have a lot of conflicts if you put a lot of residential that close to the downtown First Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Brian Petro, Sally Dunlop, Brooke Witherspoon.
Hi, Brian Petro, CIO of a San Francisco-based startup, Get My Boat. I'm also a recent transplant from Pleasanton. So having grown up in Pleasanton, I've seen the growth that Livermore has had, and I would like to commend you guys on the tremendous effort you've done to revitalize downtown. I am 100% for choosing one of the plans tonight. I think both companies, TrueMark and Lennar, did a fantastic job. I'm leaning towards Lennar right now, but I think TrueMark is a close second, so congrats to them. I also would like to speak on behalf of a demographic that doesn't seem to be represented very well here. I helped Drew Felker commission his petition to keep this moving forward, and we're able to get 293 residents to sign that petition. What also I believe is more important is the 90-plus comments that we received from local Livermore and people that used to live here in the younger demographics. So I see the housing as a must because some things that you think about of why I moved here were the nightlife, the restaurants, the wine, the brew scene, and everything that's going on downtown. If you have the housing, you're going to draw on the younger demographic who has a disposable income to sustain the economic viability of the downtown. So thank you. Keep up the good work. Let's see what you guys pick.
Thank you very much. Sally Dunlop, Brooke Witherspoon, Rajneesh Khanna, and Richard Ryan. Ms. Dunlop.
Hi. One thing I'm dismayed about is the pace of the downtown development. It seems like the decisions are being made, although I commend both of Trumark and Lennar presentations. As you see all these empty seats here, a lot of them have left because it's been too late and they didn't have a chance to say anything. And I really would suggest that not making a decision tonight and letting other people say what they really wanted to come here tonight to say, and you so graciously held it in a larger space so we could speak. And then there were so many that a lot of people couldn't stay. They just couldn't stay so late. And I understand you're staying late too, but it was really not enough time to give everybody a chance to say what they needed to say. So I think we really do need to give people more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. Brooke Witherspoon, Rajneesh Khanna, Richard Ryan, Michael Ferrucci.
Hi, I'm Brooke Witherspoon, owner of the First Street Ale House. I just wanted to start by thanking everybody involved for being so transparent with this process. Years ago, the city started the ball rolling for our downtown revitalization through workshops, surveys, and public forums. A comprehensive plan was developed to pave the way for a healthy, vibrant downtown. I think we all realize that as a community, we're only as strong as its core, and over the last 13 years, as a city, we have taken huge strides to strengthen our district's existing base while finding ways to expand it to meet new opportunities. Although initially there was a great deal of fear with the streetscape project, I think the overwhelming majority look back now and feel a great sense of pride in where we've come. Although we've come a long way, the work is not done. Many businesses have chosen to open up shop in our downtown with the promise that the revitalization will continue. I'm here today as a huge supporter of moving forward with one of these plans to keep the ball rolling. Just like there was apprehension with the last phase of revitalization, there will be some here as well. I want to thank both developers. A special thank to Trumark, who has met with us multiple times and clearly understands the vision of our plan. I can't wait to work with them and continue making it feel like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Rajneesh Khanna, Richard Ryan, Michael Ferrucci, Denise Ledden.
Hi, Rajneesh Khanna, and I'll only take 30 seconds so that we can go home earlier. I support three things: more parking, hotel on the west side. Many reasons have been presented for that. And thirdly, as we've been hearing, there are still many questions and issues that have been brought up. So I think workshops are very necessary, and I hope that you will make a decision as soon as possible and not in haste. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Richard Ryan, Michael Ferrucci, Denise Ledden.
You have heard from some very talented and capable developers tonight, but you are not going to hear in detail from very capable and talented people of Livermore. So I very much urge you to go ahead and select a developer, but don't select a plan yet. Let's have some workshops where we can really discuss this thing in some detail. A couple of things I would like to see is the hotel on the west side, where there's more room and you're not cramming all these big buildings tightly together. I would like to see it more pedestrian-friendly. I suggest perhaps under crossings under Livermore Avenue so that people can get across there without having to stop traffic. And I'd like to see more green space. I see an awful lot of concrete, but I don't see many trees. So I hope you will allow some time for things like this to be discussed in detail in the future. Go ahead and select a developer, but don't select the plan yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Michael Ferrucci, Denise Ledden, Lynn Seppala, Tamara Royce. Okay, Michael went home. Okay, Denise Ledden, Lynn Seppala, Tamara Royce. Okay.
Hi, I already shared with you. It's overwhelming. I'm glad we will have workshops to blend these ideas. Let's see. I want lots of open park-like space. It's unique for a downtown. I grew up in San Francisco, so my comment here is this is not San Francisco. Everybody mentions Dublin, but I'm afraid it's too open space. I want a West Side hotel. I was hoping it would be set back, that it might have a semi-circular driveway so that people could be dropped off, because I'm now part of that age group that likes to be dropped off. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to squish the hotel onto the east side. I don't want the massive housing right there downtown. It's claustrophobic, very much like the homes put up by Livermore Feed and Farm. Please don't do that to our beautiful downtown. And as you know, I'm in favor of a large conference center. You already know what that means to the arts. Smaller productions, larger education events. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynn Seppala, Tamara Royce, Susan King.
I'm president of the Livermore Cultural Arts Council. Our 25 organization council does not have a single vision of what downtown would like to be. However, our organization do have several well thought out ideas. They would like to have serious attention paid to them. This cannot be done with 3-minute talks. As was done for the downtown specific plan, 5 public workshops. And the recent Isabel neighborhood plan, 600 people attended 40 outreach events over 7 months. We would like to see a series of public workshops where concepts can be proposed, debated, and modified to reach a consensus. This is a final step and a momentous one for the revitalization of downtown. It sets in motion a plan that will be decades in coming. Please have meaningful public workshops so that no one can say, you did not let me be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seppala. Tamara Royce, Susan King, Sue Steinberg. Tamara Royce, going once. Susan King.
Hello. I hope that you make a decision tonight. I want to know that there is a process for community input after the developer is chosen. I saw good and bad in both of the plans that were presented. I see that there are definitely room for changes. I would like to have the hotel on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Steinberg, Linda Seaver, and Sherry Souza.
As you can tell, I'm one of those people who's not going to use pedestrian friendly. But as a longtime resident and activist, I'm here tonight to ask you not to make a decision on the downtown plan because we have not been given the promised town hall meetings. I heard council members promise those. We have not had them where everybody could have an input. If, as it seems, this gathering is to make a final decision and let residents meet to discuss it afterward, it's a public farce. And the small time for comments makes it an even bigger farce. So many people have already left. convinced that this is already a done deal, and their input is not important because it's been marginalized. This meeting can't allow for the kind of reasonable discussion by citizens who have tried to make their voices heard at earlier council meetings and been shut down. There are many interesting alternatives to the plans being considered. They've not been fairly heard or publicly discussed, and as if the agenda has already been set and cannot be changed. For the sake of transparency and honesty, the council has to recognize the widespread lack of public trust in the process to date and step back from their decision to make a move tonight. Let us vet different plans and options. We want to have a voice in defining the heart of our community. You've already done a wonderful job. Don't taint your great legacy with a foregone conclusion that leaves citizens out of the decision-making process.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. Sherry Souza, Linda Seaver, please. Thank you. She's right there.
Mayor, we've seen some really good plans come forward tonight. And, you know, it's just kind of confusing to me that we had an RFP. You guys made two choices that night. You asked them to go back, bring detailed plans. Everybody did what they were asked to do, yet we still have people in the room who are asking for things outside of that process. I don't understand. I don't understand why this project is going to be owned by the developers in the end. It's not going to be owned by us. Yes, this is our town, but we're not putting the money into this project. And I really think that we need to look at who we're going to partner with and who we're going to do business with. Are we going to drive them out of our town? Are we really going to do that? Or are we going to partner with them? And are we going to come to a collaborative effort and make sure that we get what we want and what they need to do business? So I would encourage you to make a decision tonight, because that's the process. You guys had RFPs, you've gotten all the information. Let's make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Seaver.
Good evening, I'm Linda Seaver. I'm from Public Affairs at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and I am here on behalf of the laboratory. Whether commercial, residential, or a blend of the two, the lab has been very interested in the development of the downtown area. However, the lab is not advocating any proposal over the other, and despite what has been publicly distributed, the laboratory has no preference whether the hotel is on the west or the east side. It is not requesting a specific number of hotel rooms or a maximum capacity for conference space. We thank the two developers for the presentations, very thoughtful tonight. Now we look forward to the City Council's decision, hopefully tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I just realized I made a mistake here. We should have taken a vote at 10:30 to continue the meeting. So let's go ahead and do that now. You know, it's life. We were on a roll. Didn't want to disrupt it. Okay, so typically we have a vote at 10 o'clock if we're going to, at 10:30 if we're going to continue the meeting for another half an hour. We've already continued the meeting for another half hour. What is the pleasure of the council at this point? Want to take a 5-minute break? You know, I just push on.
I'd like to take a 5-minute break and then come back and get her done.
Okay, 5-minute break?
I agree.
I'll second
that. Okay, 5-minute break.
Break and do it.
Okay, 5-minute break. So do I need a motion for that, Mr. City Attorney? Okay, all right.
No, we're down 3 nods.
5 minutes. Okay, thank you, and call the meeting back to order here. All right, so we've gotten through all the cards. We listened to the public comment. Thank you for moving it along. I certainly appreciate that. There's a lot of information. Heard a lot of the same things. A lot of folks that, you know, one way or another feel the same way about a number of different things tonight. So thank you for that. Again, thank you for the developers for the tremendous amount of work that you put into this. At this point, I'm going to ask, yes, thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask, are there questions first? Does anyone from the council have any questions that they would like to have any information clarified. Any, Councilmember Spadowski?
Just a question for staff. When is the Council Planning Commission dual meeting scheduled? I don't remember. It's getting late. I'm starting to get muddled. But when are we planning on having that meeting? At what point in the process? Between now and, I guess, September is when we would have the purchase and sale agreement going to council.
Assuming that there's a matters initiated tonight, as the mayor noted, that essentially the workshop would be scheduled during the exclusive negotiating rights period prior to September. So essentially this summer we would have that.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Any questions?
Quick question, I guess.
Okay.
We heard a ton of talk about parking and an EIR and all that kind of stuff. Can you just let people know what the process would be after this to look at the parking and this and that and all that kind of stuff? Thanks.
Absolutely. Over the past 15 years, beginning with your initial downtown EIR, which was a project-specific level EIR, we looked at the total build-out of downtown because, of course, that's the time to look at that is before you build a single unit or a single use, not when you're halfway or two-thirds of the way through the process and figure out things aren't turning out the way that you want. That document has been periodically updated as we have updated a variety of different pieces of that over time. And indeed, as we move forward, we'll be looking to see that the project that is ultimately developed is consistent with that plan. That plan then drives a number of other plans for our water supply, plans for schools, plans for all of the other things that the agencies rely upon. And so we want to make sure that anything you ultimately do here are consistent with those plans. So then the ultimate number of units and where they're laid out in downtown is part of this. Both of the projects before you this evening are consistent with your downtown specific plan and are consistent with all of those other items. On parking, we very recently looked at that from front to back and left to right, looking at where an additional structure should go, where additional on-street parking should go, where additional shared parking should go in the downtown, both dealing with short, medium, and long-term needs, and then ultimately dealing with technological changes, which, as you already know, are starting to change how people come and go from the downtown. How we do mode shifts and other things as more people, especially later in the evening now, are actually taking Uber and other services to get to and from us. So we want to make sure we have absolutely every single parking space we need, but not any extras, because they're extraordinarily expensive and they're very dead space. I mean, nobody goes to vacation someplace where there's great parking. So we are looking at those things, and they've been updated periodically over time.
And what about the hotel study? What did that state about size of hotel that our economics could handle in Livermore?
Well, as you're aware, obviously both of the folks who are actually putting up hotels this evening and spend their own money or have very strong feelings about what that size is, and those are the ones that we'd like you to pay particular interest to. The city study that we looked at said somewhere between 100 and 125 rooms could be supported by the current market with some continued growth in that, with at the higher end of that number would rely on continued growth in basically the marketplace there. The trick with that has to be is the hotel has to last through not only the really great times in the economy, like right now, they have to last through the other part of the economic cycle as well. And that was the number that those consultants came up with. You see some convergence around a set of numbers with your two consultants here as well.
Questions? Councilmember Warner?
Yeah, I've got one for Lennar, if I could. It's if I look at the design and everything else, the one thing that concerns me is the look and feel, and I would really like say more stone, brick and something that matches the newer buildings that we've got surrounding the Bankhead, as opposed to the extensive use of wood, which I'm actually concerned about in terms of its long-term maintenance and what it's going to look like. So the question for Lennar is, any problem with adding, changing the facade and less, water towers from country western to more modern?
Short answer is not at all. We heard from a lot of people in the community that wanted to sort of honor the agrarian roots of this town, but we actually do have a fair amount of stone programmed in the hotel, which it's sort of a watercolor drawing, so it doesn't come through as well, but we would welcome that input. We don't have firm ideological bent towards what it should look like. We were looking for an example of something iconic, signage for one of the speakers tonight said, hey, we need something that really signifies you're in the downtown. Whether you believe that or not, that's an opportunity to do that with sort of the water tower. But there's any number of ways you can do it. So we're not married to any specific architectural vernacular. We want to hear from what people generally seem to gravitate towards.
So, yeah, I was going to say is that, I mean, I like the many aspects of it, but the actual look and feel was a little bit
Yeah, I
off
mean,
of
in our first proposal, it was brought up, it was more of a sort of a Tuscan, or there was some Spanish roofing shown, and different look and feel. We kind of went a different direction based on some feedback we got, but again, we've been operating a little bit in a vacuum from a design perspective.
Okay, all right, so that was one question. Then I think for both of the proposals, respondents, we've heard a lot about the west side as opposed to the east side, and you addressed that question already, both of you. If you just one more time at this, what are the factors that determine where this should be located? How do we think about it? And then how do you envision the decision to be made as to east side or west side?
I'll go first some here. As mentioned earlier, it's multi-pronged, but first it's the dollars and cents, the hard costs related to building on the east side, and to provide any level of density. You would be building a podium, or you'd be doing for sale stacked flats or townhomes in a tougher configuration, fewer of them, and so the land residual to the city is less. Simply put, putting the hotel on the west side, while it could grow in size, we're not necessarily of the opinion right now that 200 plus or 180 rooms is the right size, based on Presidio and their findings. I think we're at that 125 to maybe 135 the most. We are trying to drive a land residual for the city. We know it may not be as big as the city would like to see, but we're doing everything we can to keep it as high as we can. And if you start to, we love underground garages where we can do them. And we know very little about the environmental component here on this site. I know there's around us quite a bit to be concerned. And when you start to look at the dig related to underground parking, it can be astronomically high. So that's another component that we'd have to look into. But at the end of the day, it's not an ideological bent on where it is, it's the financial feasibility and the size of the hotel. That's our take.
What I was hearing mostly is that to put the hotel on the west side so that a conference center could be on the east side closer to the bankhead. And again, the conference center is not a feasible program element for us moving forward. Again, in our studies, working with the retail experts that we know in the hotel industry, we got very tight with RSVP, letting them share with us all the groups that they reached out to, and the viability of a hotel greater than 100 rooms was really not there. And so when we came back, the west side, or the east side site, again, is just the perfect scale and size and relationship to the plaza, restaurants. For us, we felt it was an ideal hotel site, especially every hotel has a back service area necessary. And you've got that blank wall of the bankhead where that fit well against, so that the site spoke to us as a hotel, and a smaller hotel in 100-room max, so that you could get adequate parking on site and not steal parking from the other retail users or bank on valet across the street and such like that. So it spoke to us as the right thing to do, and that the right scale to initiate hotels. One successful hotel will replicate itself after it's proven. They will follow. You just need that first one. And expecting somebody to come in, I don't honestly even believe 135 rooms is viable as a starting point. We need something with higher quality, less rooms, to drive more people to downtown, to restaurants, and the shop at the jewelry stores. That clientele will come in, visit wineries at a certain level, and you're playing with that certain level of hotel experience.
Any other questions? Pardon me? You know, the problem is if we open it back up to the audience, then I've got to give everybody another opportunity to ask questions, and that could well turn us into to breakfast tomorrow morning. So thank you for your, perhaps some of the, it'll be answered here through the course of the conversation. Okay, with this point, I'm going to turn it over to the council. Start with Rennick, start with the Vice Mayor.
Into the briar patch I go. I want to really appreciate both firms, and more importantly, the community. This is my 5th year up here, and we've had the 2 largest meetings in 5 years, this one and Springtown Golf Course. So this community does care. We appreciate the activist and the input, and a better thing comes out of the sausage machine, even though we don't all agree. We've had this conversation. Some quick feedback to staff, because they want to hear from us along the way too as they continue to process. I am ready to make a decision tonight. It's close. There's a couple of tipping points for me. So as I go through my comments to staff very quickly, my goals have always been, and I think largely in alignment with this council, is to uphold the downtown specific plan. Some of us may not like certain aspects of what was created 10 years ago, but the deal was also quid pro quo with an urban growth limit boundary and not sprawling Livermore beyond the current city limits. And a lot of people in and outside of this room made that deal and knew that infill housing was coming into core areas of the city. And now it's here confronting us in reality. Having said that, I've got some reservations, and this is a tight site. 8 acres isn't enough. I think Mr. Stein said it adequately when we're putting too much in the paper bag, but you know, this is the paper bag we were dealt with. I have openly said for 2 years, I wish the railroad and the growth parcels, other parcels adjoining our parcels, the city's parcels, would join in. And I think we need to pick a master developer tonight. We need to continue the community conversation. And maybe some of those other parcel owners will wake up and say, well, gee, now that you really have a master development agreement and you're proceeding with parking, maybe we can do something along the way to finish building out more of the downtown specific plan vision. And by full disclosure, I have not met with either firm. I thought they both gave excellent written proposals. We had an excellent staff report, and I frankly wanted to sit like all of you tonight. I wanted to hear the presentations. I wanted to hear the public input, and I made the following notes to myself. We do need a design feedback workshop or thing prior to a formal application and coming forward to the Planning Commission. Also the workshop with the Planning Commission to give them some design criteria sideboards, so I'll be all over that under matters initiated. I said at the first meeting, and I still believe it, separating the parking structures gives us more design flexibility. Aggregating into a 6-story building plus an elevator shaft tower on top of it is just too tall for me. I'm willing to go up a little bit downtown. I'm not willing to do a monolithic single garage. While I appreciate 2 entrances, I've also looked at both site plans, and I'm concerned about, frankly, the solar angles on any of the paseos. I think they're going to be shaded almost full time. So in addition to the paseo design, I'm going to ask staff as they go through the design, I think we need to be looking at the amount of solar access to some of those windows and dwelling units that front the paseos. I think the wind comment was appropriate. There ought to be some wind studies and some way that foliage or bending a paseo a few degrees can aggravate or lessen wind. We obviously have a specific plan with an EIR done, another traffic study, a compatible traffic study to help the traffic flows in and out of the garage would of course be done by staff and our capable engineering department. We need the diverse housing. We need to start with some infill housing. We need the largest hotel that the private sector will build. And I'll come back to my goals from day one. This has been a fiscally conservative council. We have said what we can publicly afford is to inject the capital for a second garage, possibly even a bit more of a garage. We can help with the infrastructure and the garages. We're not capable as a city to operate a hotel, a convention center, another performing arts thing of any size that needs an ongoing public subsidy. Right now, we have to move with what the private market, in my opinion, will deliver. I've said for 2 years, I was, by the way, one of the first ones, and I want to say, 2 summers ago, that started to opine to staff, why can't we connect the 2 parcels with a pedestrian bridge over Livermore Avenue, a la the Monterey Convention Complex, where you've got the Marriott Hotel and the meeting space. I think tonight's suggestion to connect the railroad garage to the other side, to the Bankhead, is even a better idea, because as Mr. Kiefer pointed out to me at the break, railroad is the through traffic corridor, not downtown First Street, but North Livermore is certainly heavily traveled. We're going to have to spend some dollars there. This is a private sector product, and I don't know where the money's going to come from to drill, dig 2 to 3 levels deep, nor if I was an existing restaurant operator, do I want to live through multi-months of trucking that much. Think about it. That much fill, dirt, and noise has to be dug up and trucked out of the downtown. And what's that do environmentally and to the local businesses? I think tonight, all things in balance, we've got the most complete proposal on the most complete hotel thing, and I'm sorry, True Mark, my vote's Lennar, because I think the hotel proposal's the best thought out. I also think Lennar has thought through the market space concept also, and was candid in their written proposal to us about researching some of the choices to operate that going forward. We're here to pick a firm. We're not here to pick an architecture, a color palette, a final garage design. We need a development partner to go to the next step with, and I'll entertain or be part of a motion for Lennar. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember. Okay. Councilmember Spadowski.
Sure. I'll be somewhat brief here due to the hour, but I did want to mention something that when we first brought this up at the workshop for the council goals, I was concerned about the character of downtown, and I've been just struggling to determine, okay, how do we maintain the character of downtown with this type of development? And I came up with 4 key items. One, we need to minimize the visual impact along First Street. I think that's key. We need to not really disturb the experience that we currently have on First Street and look up and see homes, towering over the ale house, or, monolithic structures, from that view of First Street. So I think it's key. The second item is that we need to provide unique features for residents and visitors that they can identify with the features as, hey, that is Livermore, like a unique market experience or a unique hotel, something that really defines what our downtown is. The other is we need to provide a walkable experience, again, similar to the success of First Street, with the gathering areas that are successful in our downtown, the Lizzie fountains, the fountain across from Lizzie, and the little the green space in front of the comic shop, and hopefully improve Mill Square soon. And then the fourth key element is to work with the community to refine the plan to make sure that we ensure the success. That's why I asked about the timing of the Planning Commission joint meeting. I do think we do need some type of interactive workshop, and I think it would be beneficial if we had the chosen developer there to directly answer questions. If we start at 7, we can give people the 3 minutes. We can go do a little bit of back and forth. I'd love to spend another 2 or 3 hours here tonight discussing the merits of one proposal over another, but that's not what we're here for. We are here to choose a developer and then move forward from there. One of the concerns that I have, and I understand that a parking structure in the center on the initial take may seem problematic, but one of the items that I want explored further in the next step is the further out we push the structures from the center of the site, how is that affecting the views on First Street? How is that affecting the the number of stories that we're now building that have very little setback from the sidewalk along Railroad. I'm very concerned that if we do not scale this development towards the center with the higher stories in the center, that we will start to destroy those views, which I think are very key to downtown and maintaining First Street. The other, you know, it is very close between both developers. I think the majority of people tonight that I have marked down said, hey, just pick anybody. You know, and it's not, you know, it's not like we're, you know, we are picky. We are, you know, you saw the number of people here tonight, but we do have two really good development proposals, and it's tough to choose. Between the people that did say that they preferred one or the other, there's less than a 3-person difference between the two developers. So that shows you how close they are. I do feel, though, that the developer that is connected to the community and has invested the time to figure out, at least with the information that they had from that one meeting, I do believe it's TrueMark. I think that moving forward, we will be, you know, with another community input session, workshop, whatever you call it. I think that will be, the vision will be further refined. I am excited about the partnership for the marketplace. I think that is another key aspect to this development. I am very curious, and I do think we need further discussion about how the hotel will work. I understand that this is a recent development in partnering with the hotelier, but I do believe that we need to talk about the room numbers and what would 8,000 square feet look like of a ballroom, you know, what the restaurant would look like. So I think the next step where we would have that back and forth with the developer is very key. So at this point, I would support a TrueMark motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Turner.
Well, I agree with much of what's already been said, and I know it's late, so I'm not going to repeat a lot. Obviously, we have a lot of people that want us to pick tonight, and I am supportive of that and want to move forward with ample, again, community workshops, community involvement, and all of that kind of stuff. And then going down to trying to figure out which developer is the best. Thank you both. I mean, obviously, they're both excellent projects, and I think we're going to be happy with either. And I personally will be happier with the TrueMark product, and for a variety of reasons. When I talk to local businesses and I ask certain people, have you talked to a developer? I heard more people that had talked to TrueMark, and when I asked the two developers who they had talked to, TrueMark had really done a ton of outreach. They both did, but even more so, and we need somebody that's going to be engaged in this community and really here physically talking to our communities, our businesses, and all that, and I found that they did that more so. And we need to remember as a council that TrueMark, we voted for them for their housing component only. And I think a lot of people are saying, you know, we have to bundle it with the hotel. We don't necessarily have to. I'm just throwing that out there. I would prefer to. And so then that gets us there, okay, is a Marriott product versus the other product better for Livermore? And I do have some concerns is that we don't have a ton of, you know, Marriott's, everybody knows a Marriott and all that kind of stuff. I have some mild concerns. However, if we look at what our downtown is made up of, our downtown is made up of family owners, right? We've got single families, we've got independent people. I'd rather have a smaller company in my downtown running the hotel, one with a vision. Sure, we don't necessarily need somebody that can do a ton of weddings, but if you can do a wedding, you can do a conference, right? I mean, I think a conference is a little bit easier to do than a wedding. I've done both, and weddings are very tricky. And so given that, I love the combined garage product. I love the flexibility of saying, oh, we can do stacks, we can do this, we can do townhomes, and the most flexibility that TrueMark is giving us. Again, they're both very, very close, but my vote tonight would be for TrueMark.
Thank you. Okay, now on to Councilmember Warner.
Okay, so this, it's not just because it's late, it's because I'm not feeling well, I'm not going to say much. But I think this is, the great proposals on both sides. I think this is a extremely difficult decision to have to make between the two. Where I'm coming down, though, on is in favor of Lennar, which is a surprise for me, actually, when I was coming in from the last time, because I saw a lot of positive stuff about TrueMark. But the thing that's tipped me for Lennar was just that it's a comprehensive proposal. I think the hotel is the better option of the two from what I saw. And I just, that one big parking garage just strikes I saw the views, it just looms there, and I can't wrap my mind around that one. So it's the garage and the hotel were the final deciders. And the reason I asked Lennar, I mean, I need to have the facade changed big time. And as long as we're flexible on that, then that's where I'm going. I mean, with Lennar, right?
Welcome to Sausage Making 101. Wow. Tremendous proposals. You guys did an incredible amount of work, and I certainly appreciate that, the community outreach. This is not going to be easy, because it would have been nice to if you go everybody one way or the other, and that's not where it's going to happen. Heard from a lot of folks in the community tonight, and I certainly appreciate all of you coming out and hearing how you wanted no housing, lots of housing, no parking, lots of parking, underground parking, above ground. So it's a moving target, and it's trying to balance this, trying to make it work for everybody. Everybody, I think, most people acknowledge the need for additional parking. There was some talk about we want to make it a more walkable community. Well, okay, let's have a walkable community where you don't have to drive your car to go walk in that community. You want people to have some housing there. We heard from some folks that want to be able to live in this community and can't afford to. And I hear from a lot of folks that people that are my age that love this community and don't want to leave. Well, you know what? If people my age don't leave and free up that housing for the next generation, there's no housing for them if we don't build housing. And we need to have that. I heard a number of folks tonight talk about the need for a diverse housing component. An underground parking garage, somewhere in the neighborhood of $60 million. That's 2/3 of the city's entire budget. And yeah, we'd love to bury it. That's not going to be able to happen. Heard a number of folks that talked about putting the hotel on the west side. The main driver for putting the hotel on the west side is a conference center on the east side, which none of the developers is interested in operating. We haven't heard from any operator that was interested in operating a conference center, especially a freestanding satellite conference center. To be honest, when the Bankhead was built, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when the Bankhead was built, it was with the idea that the hotel was going to be built next to it, because the west wall of the Bankhead Theater is stucco, it's not brick. And they were going to save the money by not putting the brick, putting up stucco, because they understood that when the hotel was built, it was going to be next to the Bankhead Theater. So the downtown specific plan, we've been working on these. We've had a lot of workshops to put this together. And the main driver, as I said, to put the hotel on the west side is the conference center that we have no developer that's willing to operate. So the council made it very clear in the very beginning that from the RFP process on, that this was going to be market driven, and that we were not interested in long-term subsidies. And I think this is what we've gotten. It's a balanced plan, and I think that either of the developers has the capability to put this together. The hotel is more defined with the Lennar proposal, and like my colleagues to my right, I also had a difficult time with the one monolithic parking structure, the 6 stories with the elevator towers. I found that to be somewhat problematic because and I loved the graphics, I loved the video, but as you moved across to the video, I was struck by the massive parking structure and the elevator towers. So with that, I would also, I lean more toward the Lennar product. I don't necessarily want TrueMark to go away, but as we go through the negotiating process, I would move that we adopt for the negotiations to proceed with Lennar. I do understand the need for the additional workshops and having that community conversation, and I would like to have that. We have a rule that after we continue the meeting, we cannot add any new items to the agenda, and we're going to finish out 6.01, which means we're not going to do matters initiated tonight. So in my comments as we go through, I would echo the comments of my colleagues tonight and ask that we have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, that we have additional workshops to get the community input, as we go ahead. So with that, I would move that Lennar be selected as the developer for the project, and would entertain a second.
Second, and a question, possibly an amendment.
Certainly.
Since we're not doing matters initiated, question to staff, Mr. Alcala. Can, as part of this motion, can we give further direction to staff in addition to just proceeding with the developer?
That would be appropriate.
Then whether you want to do it as maker or you want to go through the second process, given the hour, I think the Planning Commission workshop, the additional community outreach, and continue aggressive due diligence on the parking issues, given the acreage and the money the city has, all ought to be on the front burner.
I would incorporate that into the original motion.
Can I add to that?
Councilor
Sure.
Sadowski?
I just want to make sure that front burner means prior to the Planning Commission Council joint meeting.
Absolutely.
As soon as possible, because I think it's fair, it'd be fair to the developer that we get this input in ASAP so we can address concerns, questions. Again, I'd love to get into the parking. I'd love to get into traffic circulation. I just don't think that we're prepared to do that this evening into great detail. So front burner of the front burner of the front burner.
And then, so are you keeping track of all these additional additions to the motion?
Right.
I would
Just a comment.
No, but I would consider also to be important to get, so that we are not under the gun as we continue the process, that perhaps that would be a Saturday afternoon or something that would be more accessible to the community.
But to remind ourselves,
Yeah.
crawl, walk, run.
Right.
We've just crawled. We can't walk until we have a written agreement with the master developer. Then the master developer can go forward with the community input, shaping their designs to eventually arrive before the Planning Commission. We can't send them out to the community until we have an economic and written pro forma to do the work the city's requested.
Our recommendation to you would be that giving your Planning Commission direction would be a very appropriate workshop here, but you don't really have a contract until you have a contract.
Right.
So you'll ultimately need to go to a place where you actually have a developer, then you should give that developer input. So tonight, what theoretically, if a motion passes, you'll tell us, this is the one we'd like you to try and actually come to a deal with, and then return that deal to you. The next step after that is, assuming we can come to a deal, assuming you approve that deal, then you actually have a development partner that you could say, now show up to these various workshops and do these various things, because otherwise we don't really have a relationship at that particular point. So, but prior to that, you could always be talking to your community and talking to your planning commission, and your developer can listen in, your future hoped-for developer, but until you've actually signed a contract with them, you don't have a developer.
And this is why I work so closely with the staff, is to ensure that we get the process and the steps in the correct order.
But what I've heard at least several folks say, more than 3, which is sort of my magic number, is that you want basically some input to your planning commission early in the process, and you want some very early input at the earliest reasonable moment with the community and your developer, so that that can shape the project long before we're making formal applications to the planning commission.
So a question I'd have then the earliest time that we would have that developer would be September. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, with the workshops, with the developer giving specific direction to your developer. That's the first time you'd actually have a developer.
Then, okay, my concern is that I feel that we need to provide for additional time, even for public comment, absent that developer agreement. Maybe they can be there and not actively participate, but they can be there and listen during that process. And I think that should happen sooner rather than later, because I agree, we had a great turnout tonight. It is, just, it's unfortunate that we did go through as quickly. I'm not criticizing the process. I'm just saying that I wish we had more time.
So there are 2 different things going on there, which is the community, the council, and the planning commission basically having a discussion about your priorities and what you want to emphasize, and that certainly can happen more immediately. And obviously the developer is going to show up to that process, but you won't actually have a contractual relationship until you actually have one.
So can I ask a question here? Because I thought we're about trying to pick a development partner, and we're into the middle of all of this procedural stuff after the fact. Do we need to tangle up the one motion with this procedure? Can we just pick?
I think we're just talking about some of the details now as this moves ahead.
Well, that's fine, but why don't? But is that necessary now? I mean, why not choose? Get it on with choosing the partner, and then we'll get on to the process. I mean, does the process matter?
No, now that I asked the maker of the motion a question, absent matters initiated, to give staff further direction. I think we all 5 just said essentially the same thing. They've got the direction. I second the original motion, which is very straightforward. We proceed to the next step with Lennar.
Do you have sufficient direction at this point before we, are there any comments on the motion? No comments on the motion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 3-2. Lennar has been selected as the developer with whom we're going to.
State the
For the record, it was Councilmember Spadowski and Councilmember Turner voted no. The majority was Vice Mayor Gary, Councilmember Warner, and Mayor Marchand. So with that, the motion passes. Thank you for the tremendous amount of work that was put into this, and we look forward to moving ahead with the process with the council, with the community, with the Planning Commission. So now we adjourn to closed session. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.